This is the September 7th, 2024 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon, not yet present. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. And we have the ceremony item. We have an item to read, please.
Item 1, Constitution Week, September 17th through 23rd, 2024.
Appropriate. We're talking about the Constitution a lot these days, aren't we? All right. Constitution Week, September 17th through 23rd, 2024. Whereas the local Mission Canyon chapter of National Society, Daughters of the American Revolution, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, was organized on October 4th, 1928, and continues to promote patriotism and the study and support of the Constitution of the United States. And whereas September 17th, 2024 marks the 237th anniversary of the Constitutional Convention's framing of the Constitution, which begins with the preamble, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." And whereas in 1955, the DAR successfully petitioned Congress for the annual observance of Constitution Week every September 17th through 23rd, resulting in the congressional adoption of the resolution, which was signed by President Dwight D. Eisenhower on August 2nd, 1956. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara welcomes the opportunity to join communities nationwide in recognition of the Constitution, the oldest codified national constitution in the world, arguably our nation's most remarkable and significant official document. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim September 17th through 23rd, 2024 as Constitution Week in Santa Barbara, and urge all community members to study the Constitution and reflect on the privilege of being an American with all the rights and responsibilities with that privilege involves. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mayor Rouse and City Council members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Maya Adams, and I have the honor to serve as the Regent for the Santa Barbara Mission Canyon chapter of the Daughters of American Revolution. Our fellow daughter, Jane Frederick, is here. Our chapter, founded in 1928, has 135 members. Our mission is to promote patriotism, good citizenship, and to serve our community, especially our veterans. On behalf of our chapter, I want to thank the mayor for this proclamation celebrating Constitution Week and a time for us to reflect on the privilege, rights, and responsibilities of being part of our great country. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And with that, Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mayor, I'm not aware of any changes.
Okay, very good. With that, Madam Clerk, we'll move to the consent calendar. You have some items to read.
Yes, and I would just like to note for those that are attending online, please only raise your hand when we get to the item you'd like to speak on. So if your hand is raised now and you wish to speak on the airport or Estate Street later item, please lower your hand and raise it when we get to that item. Okay, consent calendar items. Item 2, debt issuance for the police station and Dwight Murphy Field renovation ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the execution and delivery by the city of a ground lease, a lease agreement, an indenture, and a continuing disclosure agreement in connection with the issuance of finance authority of the City of Santa Barbara lease revenue bonds, public safety and park projects, Series 2024, approving the issuance of such bonds in an aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $135 million, authorizing the distribution of an official statement in connection with the offering and sale of such bonds, and authorizing the execution of necessary documents and certificates and related actions. Item 3, authorization to join the Southern California Stormwater Monitoring Coalition resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing membership in the Southern California Stormwater Monitoring Coalition. Item 4, records destruction for Finance Department resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the Finance Department in the Accounting Administration, General Services, Risk Management, and Treasury Divisions. And item 5, sunsetting of the Living Wage Advisory Committee resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara sunsetting the Living Wage Advisory Committee and rescinding Resolution 6-031.
All right, very good, thank you. We do have a public request to pull item 5. Are there other items that need to be pulled by committee? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'd also like to pull 5. And then on 7, I really just want to say thank you. So I don't know if that needs to be pulled for that.
Okay, so noted. All right, any others? With that, I will entertain a motion for the balance of the consent calendar, absent item 5.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a hand raised. I believe this person may not be there for consent, but I'm just going to call on them quickly to confirm that their hand is not raised for consent.
Okay, please do.
Jim Cannell, your hand is raised. I presume you do not wish to speak on consent, but if so, please go ahead.
No, correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Got number 9.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll entertain the same motion, absent item 5. Moved by Jordan. Second by Friedman. May I have the vote, please?
This is a motion for the balance of the consent calendar except for item 5, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, we are going to move to general public comment. We have 3 minutes at the podium on any subject that is not on today's agenda but within the purview of this body. We'll begin out with Wesley Rowe. Three minutes, sir.
Okay, thanks. I'm Wesley Rowe. I'm Vice President of the Santa Barbara Permaculture Network, nonprofit for over 25 years in this community, doing incredible programs and very connected to the farmers market over the years. We would like to announce to the city and the city council that we're going to have an informal event at the farmers market on the Coda Street entrance, just past where the pistachio stand is. And this is an event called, an informal again, calling saying goodbye and honoring the trees. Because this is really special. The trees have been so important to the farmers market, providing shade, creating a magical place. And we feel at this time, since this is the last farmers market, we should honor the trees too, and the farmers. I think it's really important. And I also want to bring up that the council, past councils, have been incredible for trees in our community. The community lots, the reason we have those trees is because of really progressive council years ago. So we have been blessed to have them, and we want to make this a special celebration and honoring them too. So at 11:30, we'll have that informal gathering. People are welcome to gather there, and we'll honor the trees and the farmers too. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alan Williams. But Alan, you have down here a note about Living Wage Committee. Are you speaking to that item or to general public comment?
You've already approved it, so that's okay. I didn't want you to comment.
I'm sorry, one more time?
You have already approved that on the consent agenda.
No, we're going to speak to that item in just a moment. So if you'd like to wait, I can call on you then. Very good. Is anybody online for general public comment, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And with that, we will close general public comment and we'll go to the pulled consent items, which is item 5. And the first speaker is Anna Kotovic.
Good afternoon. I'd first like to thank you for putting the living wage on the agenda today. And a thank you to Oscar for attending our last meeting. We didn't know it'd be our absolute last meeting, but thank you for being there anyway. And I want to recognize Kathy Murillo. When she was a city council member, she attended every meeting, and it was extremely helpful. We really appreciated that. And I have to thank, speaking here, the staff members. Greg Corral and Bill Horning were outstanding in their support. As I was chair for several years, they went out of their way to really be there and support us in many ways. Thank you very much. I know Bill's retired, he's in Nevada, but Greg's still here working, so that's great. I've served on the Living Wage Committee since its formation, and as executive director of CALM, I was instrumental in getting it passed. Meetings have been very different lately than in the beginning. We have few new and significant issues to deal with, and it's very hard to recruit people to fill empty positions. That's been difficult. We were told at our last meeting in August that a report on the status of the living wage will be prepared every year and presented to the City Council. So we hope that happens. And we were told we would be informed about that the committee would be informed about that, and even have the emails, the report sent to us. We hope this occurs and that it will continue for many years, indefinitely. We hope, most important, we hope that a living wage will remain a critical issue for the council to act on. We all know how expensive it is to live in Santa Barbara, and a living wage can enable some hard-working people to live here and keep jobs that are essential in making Santa Barbara a special place for all of us. So thank you again for supporting this over the years, and I do hope it continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alan Williams.
Mayor, council members, thank you very much. And Anna, thank you very much for your leadership the last couple of years on the committee. You are set to sunset the committee. Good call. needs to be done. The committee has not been real effective. There's not much for us to do. But I do want to give you a little bit of history on it as you're now inheriting complete ownership of this without a committee. I've been on the committee since its inception as well, and I've been on there basically to make sure that it doesn't get any worse than the poor ordinance that was originally drafted. And it's pretty much stayed the same, but it's now in your hands. As a vendor, I want to say we love to pay our people as much as we can. And so increased wages are great. We've been increasing wages all we can. We also have a responsibility to our customers to be the best value possible. 19-year history on this, and most of you probably didn't attend the hearing at the Gebhardt Theater or the Gebhardt Auditorium 19 years ago, where a presentation was made by a union labor organizer for the living wage. And it was a moral argument that it was a basic human right to earn a minimum wage that was sustainable. Unfortunately, that union labor organizer and the Democratic Party that was pushing for that docket was pushing two other things that they couldn't get. They wanted to have a living wage for the entire city of Santa Barbara for every business. The city council knew that was going to be unsustainable. That was basically political death. Then they went to the city finance department and said, hey, can we just have a living wage for all of our own employees? Your own finance department said, no, not sustainable. So this gerrymandered, carve-out bastard of a ordinance does not apply to the city of Santa Barbara, does not apply to the city staff, applies to a very narrow and primarily only 5 or 6 contractors that are janitors, security guards, and gardeners. Okay, but it's a very, very narrow slate that's currently $22.33 an hour, which is fine, no problem. It's not major dollars. The problem is it is not a level playing field. It only applies to a few. Does not even apply to yourself. If you go back to the moral argument that was made 19 years ago, it was inferred, not stated, that if you weren't paying a living wage, you were not living up to your moral and ethical obligations. So thank you for the city to making sure that the 5 or 6 contractors that do that we have a moral ethics to holding our standards. But unfortunately, that city council puts you in a hypocritical position where it's do as I say, not do as I do. The entire ordinance needs to be looked at to see what is fair, what is right, because they gave you something bad. But it's now yours to deal with. It's also a political time bomb for you. It's not easy for you to deal with as well. So I respect that. I don't have time, but please call me because you have a bigger problem. This only cost the city tens of thousands of dollars. You have other issues going on, similar, related to the DIR on prevailing wage that will cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars that is similarly needed. So I'm the
Okay.
janitor, call me.
Thank you. All right, very good. Is anybody else online for that item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And we'll close comment on that. And Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just a comment, and then maybe there'll be support for this small change in the resolution in front of us. But just as background, I was council liaison for the Living Wage Committee for a short period of time, and then I believe Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez has been the representative for a couple of years, and then Oscar Gutierrez has stepped in recently. And from the beginning, I'll just say for myself, I completely support a living wage citywide and have since the beginning, and I do agree that it's been very difficult to move things out of the committee level to the council level. So I agree that it's in our hands, and that means we should not drop this issue. And then I just want to refer to Dick Flax's letter and his small request here. He said the staff report includes the recommendation for the annual report on the status of the living wage. Quote, in recognition of the importance of the living wage ordinance, staff plans to provide an annual report to the City Council in early June. Annual report will include the following topics: status update on contracts subject to living wage, status update regarding any living wage audits that are in progress and have been completed, the annual wage rate increase, and potential administrative and policy changes to the living wage. So that's in our staff report. And his request, and I agree with it, and if a motion needs to come and maybe be supported, that we just include this provision in the resolution that we are planning a yearly status update on living wage audits, and that would just be codifying that in the resolution. So if I may move that, if there's a second, just to add that in the resolution that we will have annual reports.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. Does everyone understand the motion? Madam Clerk?
This is for item 5, a motion by Councilmember Sen, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, for the recommended action and adding language to the resolution to include an annual report. Okay.
All right,
Excuse me, Councilmember Sen, that would be that annual reports be brought back to council, yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so this is the item as recommended, including language in the resolution for an annual report to be brought back to council. Okay. Go ahead and vote, please.
passed unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, very good. With that, we'll close the consent calendar and move to council member committee assignment reports. Anyone? All right, very good. We will then go to administrative attorney reports, and we'll start with item number 8, Madam Clerk.
Very good. Item 8, Santa Barbara Airport Master Plan update.
Okay, Director Hastert.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council. Happy to be here to give one of our final updates on the master plan. The process is moving forward very well, and we're here to give you an update on the final part, which is the financial element of the master plan. And so I will just jump right into it. So just recognizing who is on our team for the master plan, obviously myself, Chris Hastert is the airport director. We have Sarah Iza, our development manager, and Jessica Metzger, our airport planner. And then also on staff supporting it is Tiana Herrera, our senior engineering tech, and Brad Cleansing, our supervising engineer. On our consultant team, we have Mead and Hunt serving as the prime consultant on this, with help from Unison Consulting and NB Walker for some of the survey and the financial work. With me here today is Corbett Smith, just to my right with Mead and Hunt as the project manager, and Hardy Bullock has been here in the past, and Brian Moore are not here with us today, but I know that Corbett can answer all of our questions that we have. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Corbett, and I'll be filling in with some additional information as we go as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back here again with you. This is the agenda that we'll run through today, some new content as well as recap of prior content. So you've seen this slide before, but it's worth just putting on the screen again. I won't run through it in detail, but it's important to understand what a master plan is and is not. Primarily, it's a planning document. It's a visioning effort where we look at 20 years into the future and identify what the airport may need. Also, we brought forward from the prior airport master plan the guiding principles and incorporated those throughout this master plan update as well. So on the screen here is a timeline of the master plan process. All of those blue boxes are major milestone deliverables throughout the update. You'll see we are at the final milestone deliverable, which is the airport layout plan. That is a plan set that gets submitted to the FAA for their signature and approval. This is another recap slide of the preferred development concepts that came out of the master plan effort. It's really important to understand that there's really two different types of development projects for the next 20 years. One being compliance driven and the other being demand driven. So compliance really has to do with how the airport will comply with FAA standards that have changed over time. And demand-driven projects such as hangars incorporate demand that we project over the next 20 years and how the airport will meet that demand. This slide we also showed in our prior meetings, but this is a comparison of noise contours associated with this master plan update compared to the black contours, which were the baseline contours in the prior master plan update. So you'll notice that there are some changes and some reductions in some areas.
A little bit to this. So I would also like to add that when you look at the changes that we have here for the noise, ultimately the cumulative impact for the future demand on the airport has been reduced from the 2017 master plan. That is not to say that there's not still annoyance from aircraft, and so we do acknowledge that. I just wanted to provide a quick update. We have proceeded forward with council direction to form the noise working group, and we have had one meeting so far, another one scheduled coming up very soon this month. And the first meeting went well, although there's a lot of information to put out and receive from the different stakeholders in that group. So I'm very hopeful that we can still make some efforts to reduce that noise impact. And just because we're showing that the noise impact related to the master plan is going down cumulatively, we're not ignoring the fact that people are still annoyed by aircraft noise and that there is further work that we can do on this item.
So now we get to some of the new information, and this is a 20-year capital improvement plan, essentially, of all of the projects identified in the master plan and cost estimates in today's dollars. You'll see they total up to about $179 million over the next 20 years. But there are a very broad set of funding options that the airport has latitude to use and apply for. Various projects have various funding sources that are open to them. We won't go into all the details of these, but really it's just to present that there are avenues other than the airport fund itself. And this is just another way of illustrating how we project these project funds might break down over the next 20 years. I should point out that none of this is set in stone. The airport goes through a very detailed process of updating their airport capital improvement plan every year, where the next 1 to 3 years are more certain, but beyond that, things move up and down in priority ranking over time. And as far as our next steps to wrap up this master plan, we'll be submitting the AOP to the FAA, as I mentioned, finalizing any revisions to the narrative chapters, and then the airport will begin comprehensive environmental overview of the master plan.
Just wanted to mention that we have plenty of other ongoing efforts at the airport with studies, and all of those are compatible with what we show here in the master plan, including the Terminal Improvement Project, which was a project that came out of our 2017 master plan. Our General Aviation Redevelopment, or FBO redevelopment, you've probably heard of it referred to, that is still moving forward, incorporated in this current master plan, and so we hope to go out to bid very shortly. We have the RFP all drafted and in for legal review right now, and some work to still be done on the lease, but moving very quickly now. Drainage Master Plan, which we will be providing an update to the council very shortly, and sea level rise adaptation plan. So all of that was included in the work and efforts for this master plan as separate studies. And then just a reminder how some of our FAA grant funding works. So several of these projects, especially when you talk about the compliance portion of it, are FAA eligible, as are some of the other projects in here. We do receive entitlement funds, and then there are also discretionary funds that we can apply for with the FAA that cover 90.66% of those projects were eligible. And we definitely have plenty of projects to use up any of those entitlement funds, and then we would apply for discretionary funds for other projects as available. As we developed this plan, we also looked at it as to sustainability. And so our update included following the local coastal program, incorporating the sea level rise data that I had mentioned earlier, and then looking at different changes in the industry as we move forward with aircraft electrification and also sustainable aviation fuels. So in this plan for our fuel farm, there is room for further expansion as sustainable aviation fuel and unleaded aviation gas becomes more commercially available. And then this plan does also update our existing recycling, reuse, and waste reduction plan. And with that, the recommendation would be that the council receive the status update on the master plan, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council members? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hestert, I just really have a couple questions on the noise, of course. So there's a section in the staff report that talks, a couple sections that talk about using the FAA's noise modeling software, and then references to like a CNEL something or other that I'm not finding in my notes, so help me. So my real questions are, two questions actually. So what happens if actual operations can be shown to exceed or significantly exceed the modeling, and it's not being based on actual noise sensors that are set out along the corridor, but you're just using a noise sensor that's closer to the airport and then relying on FAA models from that point outward? How I mean, that's the crux of the noise and the process, I think. And so what do we do to know that that's not happening to our detriment, or what do we do to know that the modeling is accurate?
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. For the purpose of this master plan effort, we basically have a forecast that is approved by the FAA, and that forecast we feel covers the potential growth of the airport very well. And so that forecast is what's fed into that model to come up with the noise contours that you saw on that slide. Those noise contours are measured in CNEL, which is the community noise equivalent level, and so it factors in all of the noise cumulatively for the airport, and it does provide penalties for late night operations, things like that, but it's not a true measurement like when you hear about a concert being 90 decibels or something like that. It's not a comparable with an instantaneous type of a noise reading. So if things were to stray and things were to start becoming more busier or larger aircraft or louder aircraft, whatever it may be, that's where it comes into master plan updates need to be looked at, and we need to come back every 5 to 10 years depending on the operations at the airport. So if we see a great amount of change at the Santa Barbara Airport, we would actually be looking to update the master plan again to reflect that change. But I do think that our forecasts are very accurate. With that, when you talk about actual noise measurements, if you recall when we talked about the noise requests from the city of Goleta and we responded back, there were several items in there that aren't something that we can do very easily. So we recommended that if those were to move forward, that we bring them up with a Part 150 noise study. That is the action that we would take that does dive into actual aircraft noise at the airport with additional sensors and such.
My other question is, doesn't the FAA forecast rely on some type of consistent airplane behavior? So when you have just airplanes straying outside the bluff versus all the way up to, say, Earl Warren Fairgrounds, and you have that going on, how is that meshing up with some general forecasts the FAA is using as a building block to get you to your acceptable noise level?
So I'll let Corbett talk to how the noise modeling works a little bit more in detail, but I can tell you that this is not just an FAA forecast that we approve. So the FAA does have a terminal area forecast that we look at, but we take a look at the actual operations on the airport and compare that to the FAA forecast and make recommendations. So our forecast does not align exactly with the FAA forecast, but Corbett, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, so the FAA forecast is strictly numbers of operations as well as passengers through the terminal. The other part that we need for the model is the details on where the aircraft are flying around the airport and time of day, which we got from the airport's record-keeping system, their flight monitoring software, where we actually looked at all of the commercial arrivals on a map and replicated those arrivals and departures in the model. Same with the time of day for arrival and departures information, both for commercial aircraft as well as private general aviation aircraft.
Does that include height also?
We don't typically modify the approach procedures or departure procedures to reflect an individual pilot's
not sure I understand the word procedures there. What I'm talking about is the data that you're building and the forecasts that you're not using necessarily from the FAA, but you're using your own pathway models. I live under a flight path, so the incoming flight path on the Mesa, so I just know there's a real variance in both horizontal placement of the jets and also in height. And either one of those can skew the noise to a much different level.
So when you look at the noise, Councilmember Jordan, when you look at the impact for the noise related to those flights coming in and out, typically you're either arriving at the airport or you're departing from the airport, and it will somewhat mimic a natural glide slope coming into the airport. You're not just going to drop down suddenly, so we don't expect they're going to stay super high. So the difference that you might see is plus or minus 100 feet or so is probably not going to cause much of an impact to that noise model.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, very good. If there's no further questions, I do have a couple of public speaker slips on this item. Start out with Leslie Lund.
And I turned in one for Gail. She was going to speak, but I don't think she's going to make it. Gail Johnson. Yeah.
It's all yours, Leslie.
I know, all my fault. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm Leslie Lund. I will be specifically addressing the noise section of the airport master plan, but we've kind of already talked about that. It's no secret that if you're out shopping in the garden section of Home Depot, eating lunch on the patio at Los Agaves or Anna's Bakery, maybe watching an AYSO soccer game at Gersh Park, you cannot hear each other talk while the big jets are flying over. You must pause. You must pause the conversation and start again once they've passed by. And now with the addition of big Southwest carriers a few years ago, they've really taken the noise levels to an all-time new high. I live at the corner of Stork and Hollister Avenue on South Glen Annie Road. My PUD neighborhood of 60 workforce housing homes was built in 1999. We knew we'd be located within hearing distance of the airport, but we had no idea that 24 years later, we'd be asking for more than 4 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Many of my neighbors have installed double-pane windows, whole-house air conditioning systems. Some have even created soundproof bedrooms to try and minimize the noise. Most days, there are at least 4 or 5 flights departing, beginning at 5:07 a.m., going until 6:30 a.m. And now with the addition of Delta, we have 4 to 5 flights landing at night between 11:15 and midnight. Adding to this is the occasional large private jet that lands around 2:30 a.m., which Chris and I have talked about before. We're trying to figure out who owns that. Recently, I learned that the Santa Barbara Flight Control Tower staff go home at 11 p.m. and don't return until 6 a.m. During these nighttime hours, we're handed over to the tower in Palmdale, California. I can't believe that the folks in Palmdale are that familiar with the location of our homes, our roofs, our neighborhoods, and how they face. And perhaps maybe that's why some of the planes at night sound like they're landing on our roofs or in our bedrooms. When I review the noise section of the current updated master plan, it looks like the noise levels never get above 65. I can assure you that standing in my driveway or backyard patio trying to barbecue on a Saturday, almost all commercial carriers emit sound that registers much louder than 65. It's more like 85 or 90. On our phone apps, just last Saturday at 1:10 p.m., a United jet registered at 99.2. When I asked the airport staff during the master plan open house for an explanation of how the numbers were calculated, I was told that it was the average of all the planes all week long, added, divided, and we've already talked about the calculation, which I've yet to really understand. I can assure you that we experience much louder noises with American, United, Delta carriers than we do with a twin-engine Cessna. So perhaps that's why the averages on the master plan are closer to 60 and 65 than the 85 that we commonly experience. I will close my comments by inviting all of you, well, maybe not all at once, to spend a week at my house and hear the jets for yourself. I make a great cup of coffee at 5:15 in the morning. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, please contact me, call me, text me, email me. I'm a retired city employee. and know many of you
Thank you,
for a
Ms.
long
Lund.
time.
So is Gail Johnson the one you said is already,
Yeah.
she's left? All right, okay.
Yeah. And I just wanted to say I am on the Noise Committee, and I look forward to working with things sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, very good. Madam Clerk, is anyone online for this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we now have one raised hand.
Okay.
Mike Glick. Mike Glick, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a lot to cover. I'll read fast. SBA is doing worse than nothing about noise abatement in Goleta. During the past 2 decades, at a time when the stated goal of the city of Santa Barbara was to expand airport operations, SBA has deliberately and with no public input dismantled and is not following their own noise abatement procedures by ignoring the More Mesa and Devereaux noise abatement corridors, which I'll abbreviate as NAC, which were in use for many decades prior. SBA is not doing their job. I'm a resident of the city of Goleta. I have lived in the Elwood neighborhood from 1985 until now. Prior to 2004, we did not normally have jet planes fly directly over our neighborhood because typically the flights use the Devereaux noise abatement corridor as directed by SBA's stated noise abatement policies at the time. Typically, the only flights that flew over our neighborhood were when the marine layer was thick and the flights were required to fly straight in for safety. Note also that at that time, smaller planes were directed to fly over the freeway rather than over residential areas, but now they routinely fly over our neighborhood, and many small propeller planes are very loud. After 2004, SBA became lax, laziness or something worse, about utilizing the Devereaux and More Mesa noise abatement corridors. As SBA has expanded operations and is bringing in bigger, noisier jets like the 737 and is encouraging flights late at night and early in the morning. And at the same time, SBA is not following their own noise abatement procedures. The noise, safety risks, and pollution has become a huge problem for the residential areas. In around 2021, due to public pressure, SBA working with the airlines revived the More Mesa noise abatement corridor and created an RNAV approach over the More Mesa to benefit and mitigate impacts to the residents of Hope Ranch and the city of Santa Barbara. Despite similar loud outcry from the residents of Goleta and Santa Barbara County, SBA has done worse than nothing to mitigate impacts to the residents of the city of Goleta and the unincorporated areas west of the Camino Real shopping center, i.e. Elwood, and east of the airport between More Mesa and Highway 217. In fact, SBA is actively ignoring Goleta, Santa Barbara County residents and is not following their own noise abatement procedures. SBA is actively expanding operations and flying directly over residential areas as late as 2 a.m. and as early as 5 a.m. The method of studying noise impacts is invalid. The level of, quote, level of significance of 65 dB, which is not, quote, CNEL, is meaningless and is not really decibels and is an average value designed to underestimate the impacts of noise. We do not need another noise study to tell us that 737 jets are flying right
Thank
over
you,
our
Mr.
backyard.
Glick. You're out of time. Thank you, though. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there more speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Gail Wright. Just looking for you.
Okay, Gail, why don't you go ahead and come on up and we'll, are there more people online for this item? Okay, we'll have Gail and then we'll close comment on this item. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry I'm late. Mayor Rouse and Santa Barbara City Council members, my name is Gail Johnson. I'm a resident of the County of Santa Barbara and live east of Santa Barbara Airport in a neighborhood called More Mesa Shores. There are approximately 100 homes. We've lived in our house for 26 years. And I also sent you a letter about the master plan update. and I am on the Airport Noise Abatement Working Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the master plan update. We were aware of the SBA when we bought our house and that the Moore Mesa undeveloped land was and continues to be a flight path. Until 5 to 7 years ago, smaller aircraft dominated the type of aircraft used in the airport. They didn't create noise, a noise problem for us, even though there were more flights. In the last 7 years, 5 to 7 years, larger aircraft have dominated departures and arrivals. In theory, larger aircraft may result in less air traffic and therefore less noise. Sorry, I'm out of breath. But this needs to be put into context. These aircraft generate a lot more noise because they have more mass and are flying directly over my house and my neighborhood at lower altitudes. Many commercial jets are Boeing 737s, and they are older, louder jet engines. The noise is disruptive to us on our daily lives, and it affects our property values and that of others to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. With regard to the airport master plan update, there must be absolute transparency in the planning documents to show the potential increase in the number of flights using the SBA due to increased capacity and the resulting noise. Measure noise in decibels. Remove assumptions about quieter fleets, which won't change quickly. Revenue currently generated by the airport is projected into the future and also needs to be disclosed. Please require the airport to implement a robust noise abatement program as part of the master plan update, with a framework that is spelled out in detail. In addition, sustain the revenues of the programs through adequate funding and staffing provided by airport revenues. Install modern noise measurement tools along flight paths in neighborhoods directly affected by airport noise. Ask the airport to provide noise measurements in decibels and produce revised noise maps in decibel data. Build a heliport on the south end side of the airport and route helicopters over the Goleta Slough to the airport. Ospreys fly over our house probably once or twice a month, and they're loud. So one last thing, move the drone station to the south end of the airport to prevent yet another source of noise over businesses and residential neighbors. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for public comment. There is no action on this item. Are there any comments from council? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments. And I just first want to say that I'm extremely confident in staff that they hear all this and get all this, particularly since Mr. Hastert's arrival. Honeymoon's over now. I can't remember how long, but there was definitely a turning point in the city's willingness to acknowledge stuff like this and work on it. And one of the prime examples of that, two of you are sitting in the audience that have the most concerns, and you're also on the noise committee. I mean, I think that's just great. Long time ago in another life as a planning commissioner, I had the opportunity to sit on one of these as a planning commission rep, and it was like the worst process in my life. It's I know the MPU is a very dry and formal process, because I'm the guy who just wants to say, well, what about this? What about that? What about, why don't we have a restaurant? Why, whatever it is. And that's not part of the process. So I kind of get that. But I guess my big picture feeling is, just to use an analogy recently, is I think our mindset should be that we're eventually going in the same direction of that we went with the cruise ships, and that we want to be in a position where we are incentivizing or having a pathway that maintains our airport functions, but attracts and incentivizes the types of visiting aircraft that we want. Newer aircrafts, those with less noise, and those with more advanced navigation systems. I know you get all that, and I know that's always where you're going. And again, I think we're in a great position with the staff we have and the people that work out there. And I'm extremely confident that this isn't just being said to deaf ears, but we kind of get that big picture and want to be a good neighbor both to the surrounding communities and also function well as an airport that provides all the modern services to our customers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll also add thank you to the Noise Abatement Committee, the whole committee, for informing us, and just ask that you please continue to work with us as we work through this. And thank you, Mr. Hastert, for taking this seriously, and you have from the beginning. And it's very clear that nobody enjoys being a noisy neighbor. So I really just wanted to say that I do think we need to keep looking at this question of averaging decibels over sort of punctuated peak decibel levels. I mean, the experience of visiting these residences is it's truly is you cannot hear each other speak, and that must be some level that, I don't know, might be measured differently if it's as a punctuated period of time versus averaged and smoothed over a period of time. So just please keep working on this, and I'm sure you will, and please keep working with us, with the city, and we just keep moving forward. Thank you. And thank you for all the other fantastic work on the master plan that gets lost in this noise, but that is really phenomenal work for your whole team. Thank you.
All right, very good. And thank you very much to staff. I think that's it for the airport report. Appreciate it. So, Madam Clerk, we'll move on now to item 9. If you'd read that into the record, please.
Certainly. Item 9, State Street Master Plan Vision and Short-Term Action Plan.
All right, very good. So this is going to be a rather popular item. And so we're going to cut off the submission of public speaker requests at 3:05, both online and in person. So that means online you have to have your hand raised before 3:05, and of course the speaker slip in. Because of the number of speakers, we're going to go to 2 minutes per speaker. And you may combine speakers up to 3 speakers for a total of 5 minutes, not online, but only in person. Okay? We want to move through this because we also want to hear everybody. We want to get your opinion. We want to get your input. So I'm also going to ask you to not clap, not boo, not hiss, especially when I'm talking, because I'm used to it, but that's okay. And so with that, we're going to move into, first of all, our staff report. And that's going to be with Mr. Isaacson.
I think I'm going to kick it off, Mayor, this afternoon.
You are?
Yes,
well,
thank you.
Just be in charge then.
Yeah. It's because we have a joint presentation, so
Okay,
I'll do some prefacing comments. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and I just, for those who don't know me, City Administrator Kelly McAdoo, very pleased to be here this afternoon to lead our team in presentation of the State Street Master Plan Vision and Urban Design Framework, as well as a proposed short-term action plan that we hope will help move us in the direction of that vision. I'm going to make some opening remarks. I'll then turn it over to our Community Development Director, Eli Isaacson, as well as architect Anthony Grumbine to present the State Street Master Plan Vision and Urban Design Framework. That will be followed by a presentation from Sarah Clark, our downtown team manager, regarding the proposed short-term action plan. We would like to move through the entire presentation before we then move to council questions, public comment, and then council discussion and direction. And our goal this afternoon is to receive council feedback and direction on the vision presented, as well as feedback and direction on the short-term action plan. Before we launch into content, I just wanted to make a couple opening remarks. I also want to say thank you to a number of people who have helped us get to this point today. First, I want to thank the members of the State Street Advisory Committee for the countless hours of work to help the community develop a framework for the future of State Street. A special thank you to Anthony Grumbine and his team for the work on the drawings and concept plans you'll see today. And a special thank you to the staff team who has worked tirelessly both behind the scenes and publicly to provide feedback and ideas and to help pull this report together. You'll see a lot of them here today, but Eli Isaacson, Cliff Maurer, our Public Works Director, Renee Irely, our Assistant City Administrator, Sarah Clark, Alelia Parenteau, our Sustainability and Resilience Director, our City Attorney, Sarah Connect, our Police Chief, Kelly Gordon, our Fire Chief, Chris Males, Barbara Anderson in the City Administrator's Office, Tess Harris, our State Street Master Planner, and many others who I'm sure I'm not mentioning, but I just wanted to thank and acknowledge all of them. Before we get started, I just wanted to say a few words. As we all know, State Street is the cherished heart of Santa Barbara, and it deserves, for certain, the dialogue, discussion, and debate that has occurred over the past number of years. When I came here 4 months ago, what I heard loud and clear was a desire for action. And however, I think I and many others were struggling with what to do today if we didn't know where we were headed in the future. I hope today's agenda item responds to this call for action. By no means is what is presented today perfect or the final answer, but it presents the culmination of what I think staff has heard and ideas that have been floated over the past 3 years, both in terms of the master plan vision and the proposed action plan. It also attempts to balance the various interests that we've heard. It attempts to align the future vision for State Street with what is actually happening on the ground. By aligning the long-term vision with this short-term action plan, it allows us to pilot and try out design ideas that will lead us to the long-term vision for the street before we invest significant capital and staff resources in permanent changes. I'm very excited for the item that we're presenting today, but more excited for the next steps, which include preparing the final draft of the master plan and beginning to implement the items outlined in the action plan. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Isaacson to begin the presentation.
Mr. Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will run through these first few slides pretty quickly. As City Administrator Ms. McAdoo mentioned, today's goal is really to present a progress report and hopefully receive some direction on the Gran Paseo design framework, and also to provide an update on the short-term action plan for the project area. As Ms. McAdoo mentioned, we'll start with an update on the State Street Master Plan and then flow into a review of the latest revised iteration of the urban design framework. And then Ms. Clark will present the short-term action plan, sort of a series of steps to be taken in the next 6 to 12 months before opening up to a discussion on both the framework and the action plan. So where have we been? We have now had over 15 SSAC meetings since 2001. We started the project with significant community outreach. Many of you may remember we were here in January of 2023 to provide an update on our public engagement process. That included 80 or more events and public meetings, 6,000 survey engagements, and over 20,000 views on our website. We've also been working on an analysis of the existing conditions that's both economic as well as physical, things like our transportation networks and utility systems, really trying to analyze those before we move, as we are moving forward into reimagining and designing sort of a new framework for downtown. An outcome of the SSAC process has been sort of aligning around a community vision, and that's associated with several guiding principles, which I'll cover here in a second. Those guiding principles really are the foundation for the urban design framework that Mr. Grumbine will present here in a moment. So the community's vision, I think, is really best summarized by the words of Hal Conklin, really thinking about Santa Barbara's downtown as a place that should invoke a sense of place, a sense of history, and a sense of celebration. And we've really embraced these words in thinking through our kind of reimagining of what we're considering to be the heart of downtown. These four guiding principles, these are really sort of at the forefront of our thinking as we worked with SSAC to develop this urban design framework that we'll be presenting. The first of these principles is sort of people and placemaking are the key to downtown success. We really envision the future of downtown as an urban neighborhood. I think we're starting to see reinvestment and redevelopment of downtown into housing, looking at much of our existing building stock and thinking about what the future could be if some of that office space was converted to residential space. So really thinking about people and the placemaking of downtown as sort of a key to our success. Obviously, the economic vitality of downtown is also critical, not only to downtown, but sort of the economic vitality of our entire city. Really having to think through carefully the mobility as we move around our downtown, the shift from a more auto-centric downtown to one that encourages multi-modes of transportation. Again, thinking through the implications that has on utilities, opportunities for things like stormwater, how we might revisit those or rethink those systems moving forward. And then, of course, sustainability really being the kind of the linchpin to our long-term resiliency downtown. As I mentioned earlier, part of this exercise has been reimagining what we're considering the heart of downtown, looking at blocks of State Street and how they relate to the larger downtown context. Thinking about certain blocks as creating a downtown core and how those blocks of State Street relate to other culturally relevant sites around the city, whether it's De La Guerra Plaza or the Presidio. This is also looking at areas that have large numbers of existing paseos and looking for opportunities to strengthen those networks. I think we all agree that the paseos are part of what makes our downtown so special and unique. So really looking at ways to sort of leverage our existing paseo network and find opportunities either to strengthen existing paseos or to add new paseos to really round out that network. And then really thinking about how we might address urban spaces differently. And again, as I mentioned earlier, I think the pandemic has showed us there's a real case to be made for thinking about our urban spaces in terms of being less auto-dependent and more pedestrian-friendly. And so we've kind of taken that pedestrian-first design philosophy and sort of used it to build out this framework that we're calling the Grand Paseo. Really looking at plaza-like public spaces. These spaces would be sort of locations for events, performances, and other important social gatherings. As I mentioned before, really thinking about downtown as a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood that really is there to celebrate our community. And then promoting sort of the experiential movement through our city, really trying to create those special places and those special moments of exploration as you travel through our city. And we think that this is the sort of excitement that we need, and that's really essential to create the social and economic vitality that's so important. This Grand Paseo connects 3 districts, and Mr. Grumbine will talk about those in more detail, but looking at the Arts District, the De La Guerra Plaza District, and then the Entertainment District. And then all areas of the Grand Paseo include a 20-foot emergency access lane. That's essential for public safety, but also that access lane can be used for things like bike and small-scale transit. So we took the Grand Paseo framework to SSAC in late June and early July. We asked a series of straw poll questions to that group, and the feedback we heard was pretty, is outlined here. The group was largely aligned around the Grand Paseo framework, really, focusing on a flat and flexible curbless pedestrian-focused center around the 7 through 900 blocks of State Street. Those are the blocks that sort of front Paseo Nuevo between Ortega and Carrillo Streets. There was majority support for extending that curbless, flat and flexible design into the Entertainment District. Those are the 500 and 600 blocks. There was majority support for keeping bicycles on State Street, and that would prevent the need for relocating bicycle infrastructure to other streets. This approach would incorporate more of a temporal approach to bicycle management, so closures at certain times of day, certain times of the year, around events and things like that, so that we can create a pedestrian-exclusive experience, but only in times when most appropriate. And there was also quite a bit of support for a small-scale, slow-moving transit option that actually moves on State Street and would serve to complement some of the circulator shuttles that are currently operating downtown. Additional feedback, the group was split on the question of reintroducing private vehicles to State Street. At this meeting, staff presented two options. One option being a two-lane and bike lane configuration, similar to what the street is configured prior to the pandemic closure, or a one-way northbound. The feedback we got from SSAC was either sort of split with support for the one-way with traffic moving north and bicycle lanes, or a actual continuation of the flat and flexible curbless design that was proposed for the De La Guerra Plaza district. Also presented at these meetings were recommendations to keep both the 400 and 1300 blocks open to two-way vehicular traffic with also bike lanes. And this is based off feedback from our public safety colleagues really needing sort of two-way vehicle access through those blocks. We then, a week later, or just about, had a meeting at Cabrillo Pavilion where we hosted a number of property and business owners from downtown and presented the similar framework to that group and heard some similar feedback. There was support for the flat and flexible curbless pedestrian-friendly center at the 700 to 900 blocks. There was some difference of opinion on those blocks being used exclusively for pedestrians or if the shared approach that I just mentioned was more appropriate. There was broad support for the flat and flexible curbless design being extended in the 500 and 600 blocks. This sort of aligns with the feedback we heard from SSAC. There was support in the surveys we received for returning private vehicles to the 1,000 through 1,200 blocks, but on the question of whether that should be sort of one-way traffic or two-way vehicle traffic, there wasn't a clear a preference there. There was also support again for the 400 and 1,300 blocks being two-way traffic with bike lanes. And then we also asked the group to provide some suggestions on near-term actions that the city could take to improve State Street's current configuration. And many of those suggestions fed into the action plan that Ms. Clark will discuss in a little later. So we took the feedback, we took the framework that was presented to both groups in late June, mid-July, and used that feedback to revise the framework that was presented and use that to create the sort of latest revised iteration of the urban design framework, which Mr. Grumbine will present now.
Thank you, Eli. All right, let's start with something beautiful. All right, so this rendering by Henry Lenny is going to kick us off, and this is looking at actually in the 500-600 block of existing regular storefronts and finding ones that are not historic, punching through, creating paseos, and just giving that concept of where this whole proposal wants to go, which is you have State Street in the foreground and you have the paseos and the density behind it. So this is not just a plan for State Street, this is a plan that involves the entire pedestrian-centric paseo magnifying Santa Barbara urbanism. So we're very excited to present it. And it's a culmination of a lot of work by a lot of really talented people, many of who are sitting behind me with the nice State Street swag, which will help fund the economic vitality. So I just wanted to identify them. A few could not make it. There's a memorial going on for Ann Kale, who's a fantastic lighting designer, did the revamp of Paseo Nuevo, and so there's some colleagues are there honoring her, but I wanted to read through the list of all these volunteers who have dedicated a lot of time and effort and talent into this effort. So, and I'll just go through first names quickly. So Nihal, Nick, Mark, Isabella, Kyle, Henry, Justin, John, Thomas, Alexis, and Ching. So thank you all very much. It's an honor to be a colleague and to work with you on this project. And then as well, I wanted to have a special thanks to Friends of State Street, which I'm sure you'll hear from a little bit later, who helped fund some awesome renderings that you'll see by John Messer, and are poised to help really kick us off into the second part of this, which is the interim for State Street and what we can do. All right. So with that, this should look familiar. So that's a downtown. Now, as we start with the blocks, then look at where we're focusing things. On this slide, the main thing I wanted to focus on is Paseo Nuevo here. So you can see the hand hovering here. One of the things that this shows is this is figure ground showing what's buildings and what's open space. And one of the things that is very interesting to look at is how much open space we actually have in our downtown core, most of which is covered with surface parking or other things that are actually net negatives in our city. One of the few spots where you have everything built out is Paseo Nuevo, and you can really see how dense that black is and how much building footprint is. Unfortunately, it's not mixed use, so you don't have the ability of having a whole bunch of housing above, which is a more proper traditional city, and it's basically an outdoor mall with just commercial as a ground floor. So, but it does show you the amount of density that's potential within a proper historic and traditional city. All right, so now going to sort of the heart of downtown. So this Grand Paseo concept is, and this is why it's not just a linear State Street thing, it's actually about magnifying our paseos and what we have and really densifying the downtown as a core. It has a practical implication of not having to do all 10 blocks at once, but it also focuses where it makes the most sense and where things like transportation and other things can be resolved in the most efficient way. Below, you see this strip along here of State Street, and what this is showing is also a landscape plan and sort of the core concepts with it, with these red nodes that you see, and then there's some lighter ones, and we'll get into it in a minute. But our very talented landscape architect, Justin Manuel from Arcadia Studios, who has been throughout this project guiding both our landscape planting and actually the concept of Paseo intersections on State Street, has come up with this magnifying of what we currently have, which is interesting. All streets have street designations except for State Street, which has designated as mixed species. So State Street from basically the 1200 block right here all the way down to the waterfront has a mixed species designation. So part of that mixed species is finding what's appropriate, and what he also focused on was the districts, at least loosely, where the core being where the most density of people are and the most public civic outdoor events are. He raises the canopy of the trees high, so there's lots of clearance. There's less ground cover and ground plantings, and so there's more open and flexible space. As you go outside to either the art district or the entertainment district, the general concept is the canopies come lower, it's more localized, and there can be more in-ground plantings. Did I get that right, Justin? All right, awesome. Okay. All right. So now this is this is zooming in on 2 blocks, right? So here's De La Guerra. And as you see the nodes, so the intersections of streets get magnified in a larger way. And one of the other things about this was State Street as well. So if you imagine or know how Cabrillo looks from afar, you see this line of palm trees that delineates what that is. And it's a beautiful Olmsted drive along the beach that they designed. But you can see it from afar, and it's even subconscious. So in a similar way, we wanted to at least give some subliminal acknowledgement of where State Street is as the major axis, so these palm trees can poke out above and kind of delineate State Street as a whole using the major nodes, so you have a major rhythm by the blocks, and then in the center portions as well, where the paseos pop out, or major paseos, also denoting them. So they're kind of a little scattering of palm trees along the way that helps guide it, but without it being a total palm tree alley. All right, so let's see. Okay, so now we'll just sort of walk through the blocks, give a description, touch on what's different or the same about the different blocks, just so we've kind of walked State Street. All right, so the 400 block is, you're coming out from underneath the freeway. It's the sort of primary gateway, and so we have both sort of a gateway monumental feature, and this would be something that would be a competition or something that would go through HLC and all those normal channels, but as would most of these ideas, or actually all these ideas of paseos and intersections and monuments and wayfinding. So those are all things that will come. We wanted to show you just some ideas, just so you get the concepts going of what these could be, but these are not the actual designs you'll see. So as you come out from underneath the freeway here, and you see this long alley of palm trees, that sort of gives you that announcement block and feature. Also, as you see the light gray, it's a little bit hard to see on the screen, but the light gray in all these plans are paving, and denoting paving for cars, where car traffic can go. And then you'll see the other colors as we get to it, denoting other things. So one of the things you see along the way here is, and actually I should have added this comment as well, as most know, this is an important block for safety, for fire, for police, for others, quick access. So this was from the early discussions denoted as this needed to stay open to two-way traffic, two-way vehicle traffic. So this is just a continuation in car down to one lane and bicycles in each direction, but connecting with the underpass, which has just been finished or nearly finished, and it looks fantastic, at least the one side. And as well, you have expanded sidewalks. These sidewalks got a lot wider, which obviously is outdoor dining as well as outdoor performances, et cetera. All right. And then the one other thing you see here on this drawing, that you might not see on the others, is there's this raised walkway that crosses the street. So we'll get into that a little bit more, but just to note it, here you have where the paseos intersect. You're giving prior place to the pedestrian, and actually accenting the paseo as well as you open up to that alignment. So that's part of the thought. So here's a street section. Currently, the sidewalks come to about here, so this is almost doubling the sidewalk width and creating all this flat space, which is fantastic. And then as well, of course, we have a trolley / people mover / multimodal device / something great that will move people up and down State Street, and it would be using either lane in this case. So as the examples of the raised walk, that helps cars both slow down as well as connects those the pedestrian and the paseos, as you see here. This is an example. It's regularly used, and you can do them nice brick and other things that fit well into Santa Barbara language. And speaking of Santa Barbara language, so these are some of the inspiration images. As designers, we always start and think and review with how do we fit something as a design concept into the place that we are designing. So obviously, we have a whole bunch of wonderful Spanish colonial revival architecture throughout the city, as well as Mediterranean, and as well as locally and around in the regions around. So these are some gateways, openings, archways that we thought would be good sort of inspirations as we start thinking about what we are creating here urbanistically. So this is an example of coming up, and this was the very talented Mr. Sakula, who did a combination of drawing and AI renderings just to show an example of what State Street and the gateway might look like as sort of two pavilions. Or you can go monumental and bells and every time the trolley goes by, everything can ding. It could have a lot of fun. There's all kinds of things you could do. We're trying to show extremes or ideas just to show that there's lots of possibility here, and also lots of precedence within the Spanish and Mediterranean traditions. All right, so now moving, I promise the other blocks will go faster. So moving to 500 and 600 blocks. So this it becomes car-free. So as you see here, this is where the cars would turn off. The trolley would keep going. We would do ballards that drop, gateway. We'll figure out the ways in which we get trolleys and bikes to be able to go through, but without cars. So that's will be to be determined as those details. But the idea, the concept is the cars turn at this intersection, and as they go up, this is now the flat and flexible design. The two different colors here, and this sort of sandy buff color is just meant to delineate the 20-foot clear for the trolley and the bikes and basically whatever that wheeled modal non-car transportation is. But it's not, there's no curb, and it blends into the other area as well, so that you can have outdoor dining, as you see here, plenty of space to go by, and as well, when the street is closed to those things or at the chosen times, that can be all more open space for markets or other things. So let's see, make sure I cover all the emergency vehicles. We'll figure out. We talked to the pedestrians, and then and then the raised intersections. So then we also have these raised intersections, and we'll look at some more diagrams of that. Where now, instead of having just a walkway across a street, we now have a raised. We wanted to really treat the street as the actual raised pedestrian level, and then the crossroads, actually, when they come to it, they feel like they're going into someone else's territory. They're going up onto pedestrian level and then dropping back down into their zone. So the pedestrians don't feel like they're stepping down into a street. They feel like this is their zone, and the cars understand that as well implicitly. All right, and this is done elsewhere across the country. All right, so now this is our street section showing the flat and flexible, which maybe we'll rebrand as the street in Spain. That's our design concept is, as most of you know, the street of Spain in El Paseo along the side, where it's all just paving. It has a nice slope towards the center. We can take care of stormwater, drainage, all those things, but also create what really feels like an outdoor, long plaza and pedestrian-friendly zone. We have the 20-foot portion in the center. This can actually be defined by kiosks or other things that get placed, as well as plantings at the appropriate distance, so that we can pick exactly what our widths that we want for the street are, and also get fire and all the other access to work, as well as response vehicles. All right, so here's some examples of intersections that ramp up onto pedestrian level, so that you don't have any curb or step off here. And it's a fairly simple and straightforward concept. In our example, we're actually only going two-way with it. We're not going four-way here. So it would just be one ramping up, and all of this would stay consistent and feel like it's in pedestrian land. Now, speaking of which, we're now picking the tiles today for State Street. No, I'm just kidding. So these are all examples around Santa Barbara of great floor pattern tiles that we've done over the years, just to show variety of what's possible. There's a ton of possibilities, and of course, to also look at Spain and historic examples, just to show a strong variety, interesting patterns that can be brought in. You can bring meaning into them too, as well, with various symbolism. So this is a great, our paving pattern is a great opportunity. It's also an opportunity to do things like keep bicycle traffic to certain speeds. So if it's not super comfortable to go at 30 miles an hour, then people won't go at 30 miles an hour. And other ways of having textured, historically appropriate paving. This is some more examples where they're differentiating with color, a paving, and then having outdoor dining right next. So these are just sort of examples around the world. We don't think that just because someone else in some other country does it, then we should do it. But at the same time, there's things to learn from. And most of Santa Barbara is based on Spanish, Italian, Mediterranean architecture and traditional urban principles as its founding. And so there's a lot to learn from those countries, and especially those that have got it to work in a modern city with modern needs. All right, so now we're going to the 700 and 800 blocks. So this is really the core. This is our strong pedestrian core. So our principles are flat and flexible, emphasize the pedestrian experience with public gatherings, markets, and community events, prioritize the entire 80-foot. So those who don't know, State Street's 80 feet wide, building to building. In general, it almost all stays that way. And then with, of course, emergency access, and then allowing bike and transit access as needed. The discussion in general is basically there will be times where you can do walk your wheels. There's some flexibility there. The overall concept of what we're showing here works no matter which way you do it, whether you do walk your wheels, whether you do certain times, however it flexes. So this design can work any way. It can then just be chosen as to how you're going to implement. Just sort of a note on that. Then loading and delivery, for example, will be permitted during early hours. This is also, all these things can be adjusted as we see what works or doesn't work. And it would all, it's all very old world in terms of its workings, in which all these other cities have gotten to work just fine. And then the Ballard design and automated barriers are also a way in which we can get access and control, but at the same time have very safe open spaces for pedestrians. All right. Okay, so this is similar. This has a similar flat and flexible dining up against the buildings where the restaurants are, plenty of space for pedestrians and other activities. All right, so now we're going to go to the 900 and 1,000 block. We have option A and we have option B, and per Eli's initial comment or comments that the SSAC had commented on wanting flat and flexible throughout, or throughout these blocks in the upper, as well as there has been some interest as well for one-way. So we're showing both there, and we'll kind of go through both what those could be. So this is car-free, flat and flexible, pedestrian. So this is still continuing basic. What was happening in the 500 and 600 is happening here. So it's very similar type of program for the 900 block. And then for the 1,000, it's also similar to the 500 and 600 blocks with the same dedicated amount of pedestrian use, et cetera. So here's what our section looks like. It looks the same for this option A. And then now for option B, the 900 to 1,200 blocks for option B, 900 blocks stays the same as option A, flat and flexible. That was still universal. And the real question was 1,000 with Carrillo as the major artery, whether that goes to one-way or not. So that was 1,000, 1,100, and 1,200 blocks in this option B are one-way for cars and private vehicles, et cetera, and the trolley as well would go one way in this case. And the framework is for the remainder of the arts district will follow this concept. So all the way through. We're only showing the 1,000 block here, but it would be basically this same thing with the one-way cars with 2 bike lanes all the way through for the arts district. So those are 2 main concepts, option A and option B. So this is option B, right, where for 1,000 block, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200 blocks, where you have a curb, you've got cars, you've got bikes going in both directions. And this person's riding backwards, in case you didn't know. All right. And then, so now this is 1,100 and 1,200 blocks. As I mentioned, the option B, we're not showing here, but option A has the bikes, it has trolley, just like for 500 and 600 blocks, flat and flexible. So extends the Grand Paseo concept up through Victoria Street, and it resembles the 500, 600 blocks. The same 20-foot is clear, the 60-foot for outdoor dining, et cetera, for pedestrian, and then raised intersections, similarly, raised intersections here on the cross streets to strengthen the pedestrian, and then emergency access would still have the bollards, et cetera, to get that to work. One other concept that I forgot to mention on the landscape portion, but which is shown well here, is that part of this is not in the State Street and the shifting of the 20-foot wheeled vehicle lanes is that a lot of it, the idea is that sometimes the paseos are the things that inform that shift, so that as you see here, this paseo coming out, stepping into State Street, really gets magnified as that clearance shifts around it. So the idea is we're not just simply treating it as a throughway, we're actually having the paseos kind of edge and open into State Street in a more interactive way, which right now they don't as much. There are a few examples where they do, but they don't step out as much. All right, so here's our street section, flat and flexible, as you know. So this, speaking of the paseos and how we might address them, this is some more examples of ideas, AI-generated ideas, designed and then rolled into AI. But the way of forming courtyards that could have housing behind, it could be all different ways. It doesn't have to just be a passage, but openings and sort of magnifying our openings within the block. Because that creates light and air. It allows design to work around the internal block. So it's more examples of what could be. So here, this is our zero block vignette, just to show how also streets could be treated. In this case, we have the Museum of Art, large plaza out front here. The road has been shifted a little bit to this side to give it even more plaza. And then here we took up one lane and gave it over to sidewalk extended and more, and this folds up into the library as well. But this is just showing that there's potential with the public right-of-ways and the space within the street to really create these outdoor spaces that can be used for all kinds of variety of things and really enliven the experience, even on the side roads. It doesn't have to just be on State Street. And then finally, the 1300 block. So here we have going back to two-way, so it's similar to the 400 block. We do have as well a raised intersection here where the Arlington intersects, and we have a drop-off zone, and all that, of course, will meet all the standards, but we'll tweak things to get it to be that. But the idea is, even though you have this two-way traffic of cars now, they're turning off of Victoria and Sola as well, and having a gateway here that delineates that entrance as well of some sort. Even though you have those two lanes of cars, you still have a very plaza-like feel, and you have a very public pedestrian strengthened feel, and of course bike lanes on both sides as well. Let's see. Make sure I hit all those. Okay, so here we are. We got our curbs back here, and bike lane, car, and other lane. All right, so now let's get to the really fun stuff. Okay, so here's an overview of the street, State Street, and the updated Plaza de la Guerra design and City Hall here. One of the things to look at here is the street's very vibrant. You see that there's been, the space has been shifted. I forgot to mention that. For the de la Guerra section, the 20-foot trolley, et cetera, space has been shifted over so that a large, more plaza-like space where you can have markets and everyone can be walking around both sides on the shade side of State Street, the best side. Not that the south side's that bad, but the shade side where it's very comfortable it has been shifted over, as well as doing some sort of a grand fountain feature or some other thing that is ends De La Guerra Street axis and really celebrates this downtown core. And so that was that's doing the street and some of those things around. And then the great thing about this shot is it shows you also the potential. So here we have a giant parking lot that is really just negative space in terms of when you walk along it, that's a net negative for the city, as well as a parking structure, which is a possibility. And then of course, Paseo Nuevo, which will need to get redone, but there's a huge amount of density potential here. The Balboa building to show you some scale, and a great historic building. So then what could happen if we add density, housing? There's a huge amount of potential for all these spaces. We can add above and around, which will then create greater vibrancy, economic vitality, all those good things if it's done well, as well as mixed-use spaces and the public realms really celebrated. So with that, I think that wraps up our portion of the presentation, or the part A. I don't know if you want to roll in or.
No, thank you, Anthony. Sarah, do you want to pick up the presentation?
Sure. You got the. I'm just going to have to cue you.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
sorry.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Okay, so we can go to the next slide. So looking ahead at what our next steps are. So we're here today to receive your feedback on this design framework that's just been presented. And we're continuing to work on the draft master plan, which we will release for public comment within the next 6 months. So this public review period is going to involve another round of community engagement events, as well as presentations to various city commissions and committees, with our goal to bring the draft plan back to you in 2025. Moving on. So having just gone through that urban design framework, I'm going to talk now about some things that we can do more immediately. So to that end, we've developed an action plan that identifies some near-term action items that can help us start the transition from the current state of the promenade out of its temporary configuration and towards a configuration that is more reflective of the design framework that you were just presented. But that still allows for experimentation and for pilot programs that can inform the future. We also want to use this opportunity to address some ongoing community concerns with the temporary promenade. Next slide. The draft plan as presented today is intended to be a living document that we can add to or change as our needs evolve. This largely represents early stage brainstorm type ideas from both staff and from downtown stakeholders. Many of these ideas will require additional analysis and development before they can be implemented, and most of them are going to require us to identify a funding source. So you should expect to see some of these items come before you again as we move through that process. So the action plan identifies 11 focus areas, and I'm going to walk you through each of those. Oh, sorry. I got ahead of myself. Apologies. So the first focus area is simple. We want to complete the State Street Master Plan and develop strategies for funding it and implementing it. So our goal is to circulate a draft for the master plan for public review within the next 6 months. With the completion of the master plan, it will be time to revisit Title 31, which currently governs the interim operations. And our goal is to do that by the end of this fiscal year. So in parallel, we're going to research options for an enhanced infrastructure financing district as one possible means of funding the proposed improvements. Next slide. So moving on to roadway configuration. The goal here is to transition, again, the interim promenade towards the roadway configuration that is anticipated in the proposed State Street Master Plan design framework. In this case, we'd be looking at reopening the 1,000 through 1,300 blocks, or in this case, the 1,000 through 1,100 blocks to traffic in a manner consistent with the master plan. And we'd be looking to do that within the next 6 to 12 months. Slide. So moving on to safety, which of course we know has been a major concern, especially with regards to e-bikes and pedestrians sharing the space. So we've already formed an internal e-bike safety working group with staff from the Public Works Department, the Police Department, and Sustainability and Resilience. And we recognize that e-bikes can play an important role in shifting mode share away from vehicles and meeting the city's goals to reduce carbon emissions, reduce pollution and noise and congestion, and we want to continue to encourage cycling as a means of transportation. But the widespread availability of e-bikes and the introduction of new types of e-bikes that enable the rider to travel faster than a traditional e-bike using a throttle can have created some challenges and some safety concerns. So it's important to note that this is not just limited to State Street. We see this throughout the city, and for that matter, cities everywhere are wrestling with this issue. So we're working together internally to try to address these issues through a combination of regulation, education, enforcement, and design. So for starters, on the promenade, we want to pilot options to create physical separation between bicycles and pedestrians, and we're hoping to do that within the next 6 to 12 months. And then other safety issues, moving on from e-bikes, we want to look for more alternatives to enable us to phase out the use of water barriers and K-rail while still remaining traffic safe on State Street over the next 6 months. And we also want to find a way to add some bright lighting that can be activated late at night in order to assist the police department with public safety, especially around the time when the bars let out and we get larger crowds of people congregating in the streets. So next slide. So moving on to sidewalks, and this is going to relate to outdoor dining as well, because our goal here is to see if we can create additional space for outdoor dining and other activations on the sidewalks. So first up, we want to review the city's requirements for sidewalk widths in the master planning area in order to see if there are places where we could reduce those requirements without impacting accessibility. And that would be, we'd be looking at a 1-year time frame for that. We'd also like to pilot the concept that you've seen previously of reducing or eliminating non-tree landscaping on 1 to 2 blocks. And then possibly the biggest item on our list here is to pilot the pedlet concept on the 500 block. So a pedlet is essentially a modular structure that can be placed in the roadway that effectively widens the sidewalk. So this enables us to move the pedestrian path of travel into the roadway, basically where the outdoor business facilities currently are, and move that dining then onto the sidewalk. So you can see 2 examples here. The one at the bottom is a prefab product from a company called Mod Street. You can see how they used the pedlet to widen the sidewalk and to shift the dining setup next to the buildings. I believe this example is in Colorado. And these are available also without railings. That's not necessary to have as a component. And then on the right, you see Georgetown in Washington, D.C., where they actually built decking all along M Street in order to widen the sidewalk there, which they're actually relatively narrow sidewalks given how much traffic and pedestrian traffic they have there. And that, again, creates space for outdoor dining. And that's something that they actually did pretty early on in the pandemic, and then they've had that in place for quite a while now. So you can move on. And so that brings us to the subject of outdoor dining. So first off, we'd like to standardize the appearance of the dining furniture that's being used out on State Street by getting HLC approval for 4 to 5 different options that businesses could then choose from. Or if a business doesn't want to use the standard pre-approved design, they could always seek approval of their own alternatives from HLC. We then look at whether it would be feasible for the city to purchase some design furnishings and create a loan or lease program for businesses. And then next up, so over the next year, we'd be looking to phase out the outdoor business facilities and instead, where it's feasible, use some of those sidewalk options that we just discussed, such as pedlets, to enable an expansion of sidewalk dining. And along with that, we'd be updating the outdoor dining license agreement ordinance as needed to accommodate this change. So then moving on to amenities, the goal with this would be to expand and enhance public amenities to attract visitors and create a space that's welcoming and comfortable for all ages. And this list is not exhaustive. We're open to all sorts of ideas, but to get started, we'd look at increasing the amount of public seating, including possibly creating some park-like public dining spaces rather than the private parklets. We'd want to explore the possibility of adding modular play spaces and creating a locker-style lending library program. And we'd also want to concentrate our efforts for that on the 700 to 800 block, again, to reflect the master plan's focus on this as a gathering space in the heart of downtown. And also those happen to be some of the blocks that are currently most in need of activation. So another area that has been the subject of a lot of discussion is shuttle service and mobility options for State Street. So how can we make State Street more accessible? So first off, we want to see what we can do to bring pedicabs back to State Street. This might involve reevaluating the city's regulations to reduce the barriers to entry to that business. We might also look at partnering, for example, with Cycling Without Age, which already operates to great success in the community, or perhaps B-Cycle to see whether there are opportunities there to, again, encourage pedicabs. But this would be a good, low-cost experiential transit option that is appropriate for the scale of the promenade. We want to see if we can pilot a program to have downtown ambassadors give people rides from the parking lot to State Street in city-owned golf carts. Give credit for this to our city administrator, Kelly McAdoo. The goal, again, being to find ways to help people who maybe can't make that walk from the parking lot to State Street to get to the promenade and enjoy the promenade. And relatedly, we'd also like to look into the possibility of providing mobility scooters for rent or loan in city parking lots, again, similar to what you see at some shopping centers or at amusement parks, things like that, where you can pick that up and use that if you need it to make it more easy for people with difficulty walking to get around. We want to analyze the costs of providing funding for MTD's shuttle service and see whether there is a way to provide that service that is more cost-effective for the city. As you're all aware, we subsidized that very heavily when it was operating previously, and it had gotten to a per-rider cost that was not sustainable. So we'd be looking for alternatives, ways to see if we can make that a more cost-effective option. And then lastly, we want to explore the possibility of partnering with the downtown CBID to offer a valet service that they would operate, and that could take advantage of public and private parking lots in downtown. So moving on to the subject of economic development, we want to research the formation of an economic development corporation that would work closely with the CBID to focus on attracting new capital, new development, and businesses to downtown. We want to explore the creation of a wayfinding app through a public-private partnership, or perhaps finding ways to drive more visibility and more traffic to existing web-based services that help people, again, figure out where attractions, businesses, things like that are downtown. We also want to work with the local real estate industry and the business community to identify and implement leasing strategies for State Street. This could include things like grant or loan programs for tenant improvements, permit streamlining, facade assistance, things of that nature. So moving on to sustainability, which needs to be an integral part of any future design for downtown. We want to start by adding greenery wherever we can. So that could include temporary rain garden demonstrations like the one that you see here on the left, creating tiny forests with potted trees, trying out pop-up parks, looking for opportunities to plant green walls and plant-based art installations. And for all of these things, we'd like to prioritize the use of native plants and have our native flora be reflected in the design of our promenade. And this all relates to stormwater management, which is a major issue on State Street and is going to be one of the more difficult challenges that we have to address through the design of the future promenade. It's also something that impacts redevelopment of parcels along State Street, especially in the downtown where properties are often already built out from lot line to lot line and don't necessarily have the ability to do on-site stormwater mitigation. So we want to look at alternatives such as publicly installed stormwater infrastructure, creating an in-lieu program that can help to ease those requirements and also create a robust stormwater management and water quality program. So moving on to cleanliness, which again continues to be a priority for the city. We want to continue to work on the formation of the CBID and the CBID board, and then once they're established, we'll work with them closely to coordinate our cleaning services so that we can avoid duplication and also make the best use of the funds that we have available to us by being as efficient as possible. While we want to continue regular pressure washing, we also want to evaluate different alternatives that can effectively deep clean without causing some of the damage that we're currently seeing to our sidewalks and planters from repeated pressure washing. And to do that, we're going to need to purchase any equipment that's necessary to make those changes. We're already evaluating and trying out some different options for scrubbers and things like that. So more to come on that item. So moving on finally to activations, we'd like to continue to encourage and support activations on State Street, particularly with our partners who we've been working with over the past several years. So one of the things we'd like to look into would be to develop pre-approved parameters for event types on State Street. For example, maybe some smaller scale parades, similar, that could make that permitting and approval process easier and also help event coordinators understand what sort of events are appropriate for State Street. We want to explore the possibility of hosting rotating theme blocks, continue to support regular events hosted through the downtown organization, and to continue to support public art installations and other temporary pop-up installations throughout the downtown corridor. So that wraps up discussion of the action plan. Again, we're here today to give you a progress report and provide direction and receive direction on the Grand Paseo design framework. We're also here to provide an update on the short-term action plan, and we're looking for direction from you, again, on those items that we have discussed.
I think that concludes our presentation, and so we'll turn it back over to you, Mayor, for any council questions before we move to public comment.
Thank you very much. Staff, I note that Dave Davis, Chair of the SSAC, is in the audience and has a speaker slip. Should we have him speak now to be part of this staff presentation? I think that'd be appropriate. Mr. Davis?
Great, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the public and staff. Yes, thank you very much for taking me first. I was the chair of the State Street Advisory Committee, and I think the staff has done a wonderful job of pulling together the efforts and the recommendations from at the SSAC. I got to tell you, at times I didn't know whether it would come together, but I am very pleased today to have those recommendations in front of you. Many of the comments I'll make today speak for myself, since we are a equal opportunity committee in that regard. Just very quickly, I want to thank the staff and the committee for incorporating Hal Conkin's vision. I know I hammered all of you over and over that Hal's vision needed to be incorporated, and I know he would be so pleased to know that his vision is being carried on. Secondly, I came to you a few years ago with the concept of flat, flexible, and fun. And I always, fun is embodied in everything that we're dealing with here today. I want to then speak personally that one, I do, speaking for myself, support staff's recommendation on both the master plan elements that you have here today, the priorities and the guiding principles, urban design framework, districts, and mobility. I really want to compliment our process in SSAC on public engagement. I can't tell you, I've been involved in planning for a long time, but the amount of excitement that came around this project was off the scale and up there. I personally support the master plan elements as presented here today, and I want to thank our volunteers who've also basically done incredible work in that regard. The short-term action plan, I think as chair, I've always said that's something which we really need to look to, and Ms. McAdoo, thank you so much for bringing that forward today. Personally, I believe SSAC has completed its task in terms of making an advisory framework for the council to carry on through this point in time. I want to thank those members of the committee because, in fact, they are stellar members of this community, and they all brought so much to the table, and each of us will continue to be here. If, in fact, at some point in the process you believe SSAC would be helpful to the process, I know we could pull them back together for that type of purpose in that regard. And lastly, I simply want to thank you for appointing me, because with all my years of working on downtown, developing downtown through the 80s, 90s, and into the aughts, being involved at this point in time in my career is very, very important to me. And I want to thank the public, basically on all sides of every issue, for basically being involved and stay involved as we go forward. I look forward to your deliberations and where we go from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Mayor, the staff had indicated to me that in the past, when the State Street Master Plan and Operations Plan has come before council, we've offered Jim Marston from the Access Advisory Committee an opportunity to speak prior to the rest of as part of the committee. So I just wanted to see if we could do that today as well.
Mr. Marston.
And Mr. Marston is on, so Mr. Marston, you can unmute yourself and go ahead when you're ready. Go ahead, Mr. Marston, you should be good.
Okay, thank you. I was worried about that, but I just got plugged in. So you can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Rouse and committee members, and Sarah, thanks for your very good discussion. I have a few comments and concerns about the proposed transportation changes on State Street. There is no question that these designs and implementations are a city program. I want to share what the ADA says about city programs. And this is a quote from their website. The Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, requires city governments to make their programs, services, and activities accessible to people with disabilities. And I'm afraid we're not looking at that too closely. So the first thing I want to talk about is the pedicabs that have been mentioned also. I'm on record for having said that they need to be accessible. And if for a city program, they would not be, that would be a service that is not accessible. If you have private operators and not a city program, that would work. Because I do remember the good old days with the pedicabs. And I'm not against them, but if it's run by the city, it should be accessible to all people. And the same thing applies to the mobility scooters and the golf carts that Sarah mentioned. They should be accessible and have room for a small group with a wheelchair, such as a small family. You can't just put one person in a golf course cart and wait for another cart to come along and take other members of the family and break up the family like that. But my biggest discussion here is going to be about the shuttle and the trolley. As you know, I've been very inconvenienced by the lack of the trolley or the shuttle for many years, and so many people have. Ever since the city suspended the MTD contract for the downtown waterfront shuttle, many non-drivers and visiting people who want a walkable town have been at a serious disadvantage. A vibrant downtown and visitor attractors need a seamless and versatile transit system. There is still no transit access to the Amtrak station, nor a way to get to the waterfront activities and experiences. There is no way for service workers on the waterfront, many hotels and restaurants, and many at the lower State Street establishments to be able to reach their jobs without a car. Imagine how many car trips could be eliminated if these service workers could take MTD and then a shuttle to their jobs. If you are serious about climate change, this would be a great way to show your support. When cruise ships used to come to town, we would have a shuttle that would take them up to State Street so they could see what kind of amenities were available. With the street closed to traffic, there's no way to get a preview of what's on State Street. Since 2020, there is nothing to get waterfront lodgers, so they have no way of knowing what is available. I plead that the city work with MTD to bring back service downtown and the waterfront. My idea is to charge full fare instead of the reduced fare. The full fare for the shuttle and make it an integrated part of the outstanding MTD catchment area with full transfer available, meaning you can go from the regular MTD to the shuttle with no extra charge. In this way, people could come in from distant parts of the area and be able to also explore downtown and the waterfront amenities. And waterfront hotel visitors would be able to visit downtown in many parts of the area with one charge. I'm sure many visitors have no idea of the great MTD destinations that are available if they get to the transit station on Chapala.
Well, Mr. Marson, if you could wrap up, please. You're kind of way over time, so.
I'm told there's no timing for my invited talk, that I'm almost done.
All right.
I hope the staff and council will keep the accessibility to be the overall goal of this planning and implementation. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Marson. Appreciate your participation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go back to council questions of staff. Start out with Alejandra Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the city administrator, is it okay if I ask a question? First of all, I want to thank city staff for their wonderful presentation, and I have full confidence on the design and the architecture. It's proof, if you look around, how beautiful the city is, and we're known for that. But I do have a question where does safety come in place? I know I heard that you guys are working together with the police department about e-bikes, but if I can get the perspective of this design that's been presented from fire and police, I think I've sat on different city council meetings when we're talking about flows of traffic or changings of sidewalks and just traffic flow, and we always come to this kind of awkward moment in city council when we don't get both sides of the story. So I want to get the perspective of the fire chief or police chief on the safety side. Like, how does this design work for them when they're going to be called to duty?
So I'll invite both our fire and police chief, who are both here, up to address that as well. But I will say they have been in conversations internally with the staff team. I think the long-term design addresses some of the concerns because of the ability of the road closures on either end to have the automatic bollards that would go up and down, so it would allow for that access. And throughout the final design, there is the 20-foot emergency lane that would allow for police and fire access. In the short term, I think that's one of the reasons we want to try to get rid of some of those concrete barriers at the end of the blocks and try to replace them with something that's more accessible for public safety. And so this is going to be a work in progress, and this is not, the devil's in the details. We're at 30,000 foot level, and now we're going to continue the conversations going forward about the details, and obviously our public safety teams will be very involved in that, but I'll invite
or maybe just to
both
hear
chiefs to come up
input
and
from both chiefs on how we have State Street now and some of the struggles and maybe some of the positive things that they've encountered, because those are some questions that I've received from the public.
Chief?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you. This topic has taken a lot of our time, and we're proceeding very methodically on how best to address all public safety issues. My lens, of course, is through the fire department, but with the police chief, we're looking at it through multiple lenses. Some things to keep in mind: the State Street corridor is the highest density, really most threatful area in the city, in a sense that we're not talking about single-family residences. We're talking about high-rise or mid-rise buildings. We're talking about a large amount of people congregating in the area. And so we've looked at it through that lens. Of course, as you've heard, the 20-foot clearance is absolutely required by law, and it's important that we have that. Other things that in the presentation that I saw about trees and things like that, I go back to Ms. McAdoo's statement of 30,000 foot level. We're not talking about where we're going to put trees right now, but that will at some point be part of the discussion because of requirements to be able to get our ladder truck up, the ladder up between obstructions and things like that. The other thing to keep in mind when I mentioned about the density, with density comes calls for service. And in the period of time over the last 6 months or so, the fire department 3 months, the fire department has had about 200 calls for service on State Street. That's a large amount of calls. And so we're not talking just our fire calls, and our fire calls, by the way, require 7 apparatus showing up. We're talking about just medical calls. We're talking about accessing and having very rapid and unobstructed access for the simple medical calls that do come, that just require a fire truck, an ambulance, and maybe a couple of police cars. So that's the lens that we're looking through. But I really appreciate Ms. McAdoo, because this is not, we're not signing off on this and saying, good to go, carry on. There's going to be multiple checks and balances that the fire department is going to have to weigh in on, the police department's going to have to weigh in on. And when I hear the flat and flexible, what comes to my mind is not the actual physical structure. I think of the flexibility as far as we may need to make some changes. And that's what's going to need to be. We may have to hold up our hand and say, hold on, that may not work. You've heard us consistently talking about the Granada building, talking about the Balboa building, talking about certain buildings that require us to have even closer access than just 20 feet down the middle. Because the taller the building, the closer we need to get our ladder truck to that physical structure so that we can get the ladder all the way up. Those are the kind of things that we're going to have to look at. So when a plan comes through, we can go, hold on just a second, here's a problem. So really what I think it boils down to for us is that we have to continue the dialogue, and we have to really be ahead of not every block, but every inch of every block. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Chief?
Chief?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. There's not actually a short answer to this, so I'll just give a high level, what we've been talking about high level. There are a lot of competing needs, and I think what we're all trying to do as a team is to come up with something that's going to work specifically for our community. We have specific challenges that other communities don't have. We don't have alleys, so we don't have the access for emergency services in other ways that other cities have. So those are things that we have to consider as we look at this. The renderings look wonderful, but to Chief Mills's point is there's going to be a lot more conversation with this as we go along, because there will be things that will come up that the police department will say that doesn't work, even though it looks good, and we think in theory it looks good. So in theory, yes, these things, look like they're going to work, but there's a lot of practical things about where those fire lanes end up, where, how people access services, how circulation works in terms of traffic, because this is our main thoroughfare. So having, that many blocks where you can't get through, we have to look at how that circulation is going to work for emergency response as well as for, those that are visiting and stay in the city. So as we add, density. To Chief Mills's point, when we look at Granada and Arlington and Balboa, but especially Arlington and Granada, we're looking at if we have an event, how are we going to evacuate? At the same time, how are we going to get in to provide public safety to those areas? So those are just all big considerations that as we're looking at this, how that happens, how we work together to make it happen. This is, I know, years of work going in, but there's still a lot more work to do as we move forward to make sure that we're addressing all of the different concerns for this. Right now, we often get asked, for higher visibility on State Street. That's really difficult in its concurrent configuration. Those are just the realities because, you cannot add a police car to the mix of pedestrians, bikes, and everything else, with parklets. So those are things as we're looking at the long-term vision that the lessons that we have learned from what has been happening for the past few years, we know that those have to be changed moving into the future. And those are just the reality of, how we provide public safety in those areas. And, being willing to look at what areas actually should be one-way or two-way traffic and what can be closed and what that looks like. So, there's not a perfect answer. It's going to require all of us to have more hard discussions. And sometimes, yes, I'm going to say that doesn't work, from a public safety standpoint. But I think the big thing, to Ms. McAdoo's point is we are all trying to approach this from a team effort and where we can get and how we can get there versus just saying, no, it doesn't work, having more conversations about what's going to work. But yes, there are some significant public safety concerns that we will have to address as we work through this process.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you. My second question, throughout the presentation, we've been listening about these great ideas, and what comes into mind and what I've heard from the public for the last month is we're in a financial deficit, and how do we plan to pay for all of these cool ideas? And I know Ms. McAdoo said, we're looking at it in a high view with this is not going to happen right away, but I would like to ask Mr. DeMartini if he's in the room, or maybe Ms. McAdoo, if you could just address to the public if we have some sort of reserves to make these modifications to State Street, or where would this money come from to make all of these great ideas happen?
Thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez. I think there's a couple pieces. There's, how do we pay for the long-term master plan improvements and the infrastructure changes to the street? And I think that will become part of the draft master plan. What do we think the cost estimates will be? What are some funding ideas and options? I think in the short-term action plan, that is kind of our next step, is what are the costs of some of these things that we would like to try to implement? And then when we come back to council, the goal is to come back monthly or every other month with an update on the action plan. We would then at those points request funding as needed. We've had a lot of interesting conversations. I think there's definitely some public-private partnerships with some of our property owners to fund some of the ideas. I think the CBID and conversations with the CBID about what makes sense for the CBID to manage, what makes sense for the city to manage, and so I think there's funding there. I don't have a sense of magnitude yet, and I think that's the next step. Some of this is just going to be staff time, in terms of ordinance updates. And then the one thing I want to talk about is the infrastructure financing district, and talk a little bit about that. That is not a property assessment, and I just want to clarify that would not be another assessment on any properties or businesses in downtown. What that tool is it's basically a way to leverage the future redevelopment of State Street, the future property tax that we think we might generate from redevelopment, and basically fund infrastructure from that future property tax revenue. So the first piece of that is to do the financial analysis. How much revenue property tax revenue could that generate in the future? But again, it is not an assessment on property. So that could be utilized potentially to fund some of the stormwater improvements, some of the longer term master plan, roadway improvements. So there's a lot of conversation we still need to have about money, which is obviously the million-dollar question in this whole process.
Thank you. That's it.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two very brief questions. Appreciate it. And I'll save my thanks for my comments, but it's coming. First, there was some talk during the presentation about implementing temporal regulations around bikes, at least on a couple of blocks of the Grand Paseo, potentially more. And what I'm not understanding is whether we're proposing in the short-term action plan to immediately implement those temporal regulations, or if that's a longer-term conversation.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon. So we already have some temporal restrictions on bicycles on the promenade, the farmers market being the most notable. We have the Saturday farmers market beginning in 2 weeks, so that will be another one. But then also for events as we have them. So at this point, we would continue to do those kinds of closures during the interim period as part of the action plan. But the primary point of discussion for those temporal closures was for the longer-term master plan.
Okay, so the idea of holidays or weekends or summers, that's not being discussed today, potentially something we could, in the interim, implement, but that's not on offer today.
That's not on for today.
Okay, thank you very much, that's helpful. And then the second, I think, is for you, Ms. Clark. I saw, and I don't have the exact slide, I'm sorry, but there was a reference in the action plan to eliminating the outdoor dining facilities. And I understand that we have a preference to sidewalk dining rather than the facilities themselves, but can you talk a little bit more about what that means? Are we going to require their elimination, full stop? Can you just speak to that? I was surprised to see that we are eliminating them.
Sure, Councilmember Harmon, through the mayor. The goal would be to transition away from those temporary facilities and towards sidewalk dining. And so, we discussed already a few of the options, such as the pedlets for widening the sidewalk. There's also the possibility of removing some of the non-tree vegetation to create more space, as well as re-examining sidewalk widths to create more space on the sidewalk where dining could go. But yes, that is the proposal that is in the action plan, would be to transition away from in-street and to on-sidewalk.
Okay, not to put too fine a point on it, but are we saying that, let's say there is, and this may not exist, so this may be an irrelevant question, but I'm just trying to understand. If there is a business with an ODF and we have tried every which way to try to facilitate
sidewalk dining and we got rid of the trees and and it's just for whatever reason not possible, we're saying that we will eliminate that facility.
In theory, yes, but I don't know that I could foresee a circumstance where we couldn't find space for sidewalk dining. As at least with the addition of a pedlet to route pedestrian traffic and actually create more sidewalk space effectively, that could provide space for it. In theory, again, if there was no space, but we have very wide sidewalks on State Street, so I wouldn't anticipate that being an issue.
And I think we're not ruling out, I mean, I think we don't know yet until we get out there and sort of assess all of these different, the outdoor dining facilities and sort of what are the options with sidewalks. I think that's the goal, is to have more consistency in the look of the outdoor dining. But again, we've got to get out there and see it and figure it out.
Okay. Could we, and final follow-up, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your indulgence. Could there be some revision to the language or some indication? I have gotten into trouble before signing off on language that later came back to mean something that I didn't understand it to mean. So if we could think about some revision that reflects that we are not looking to get rid of dining and that we are going to be solutions-oriented, and that I won't all of a sudden see an item back saying there's no dining here whatsoever and you signed off on this on September 17th, that would be extremely helpful to me. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions on finance were already asked and answered, so I'll just have a couple follow-ups. I have a little bit of follow-up on public safety, so if the chiefs could come up just to follow up. But before that, just a question. It was a comment that Mr. Davis made about the future of the, probably both of them. That's why I had an S on the end there, chiefs. On the State Street Advisory Committee, Mr. Davis talked about the future of it. What is the future of the committee? Or what options are out there for the future of the committee?
Yeah, I think, ultimately, the State Street Advisory Committee was formed by the council. As I understand it, obviously wasn't here when that happened. It was to facilitate the community outreach process. I think now we're moving into the phase of the master plan where we will actually have a draft document that will be presented to our boards and commissions. So Access Advisory Committee, HLC, Planning Commission, and then coming to the council. The advisory committee does have multiple members from those groups on it. And so, I think as we've talked amongst staff, it would probably make sense to sunset the committee at this point because we are moving into the actual drafting of the plan. So I think that would be our recommendation because we may come back to the advisory committee for kind of one final presentation, one final meeting, and then move into the formal sort of plan review process at Planning Commission, HLC. But that would need direction from council. We would bring back a formal resolution to dissolve the committee and thank them for their service during this process.
Would you need any, as part of tonight, some initial direction to bring something back at that point?
If
that was something the
council wants to move forward in that way, that would be helpful.
That's part of our deliberations there. Okay, thank you. On public safety, and I appreciate the comments earlier and the clarifications on that. But a couple of things. One has to do with in the long-term plan for downtown. We want to redevelop Paseo Nuevo and others. So we're talking about adding hundreds of units, thousands of people living there, probably in conditions we haven't had in the city before. If we're talking maximum density, height, people living 4, 5, 6 stories or close to it, depending on the height limit and what's proposed under state bonus density. How does that unknown factor into your calculations on what to do long term? Is it something we need to continue to look at and study, and then how does that play into what we should be doing short term, just in terms of public safety and access?
Mayor Rouse, members of council, Councilmember Friedman, you hit the nail on the head. What we're talking about is increased density, both just in simple numbers, but also in height. We're talking about building higher because that's a better option for us at this point. And what that does is that creates additional calls for service, additional fire flow requirements, additional apparatus to make sure that we have adequate number of apparatus per capita. Most importantly is because we're talking about a lot of unknowns, I think what it boils down to is that we have to keep the lines of communication open, and it goes back to that flexibility. If all of a sudden we're doing something and it triggers something, the fire or police department needs to be able to raise our hand and say, hold on just a second, we're getting into an area where we are going to be seeing, the dangers of a mid-rise, the dangers of a large amount of people in a small area, the need to get a large amount of apparatus into an area. Those are all questions that are going to come up, and that we do need to, once again, remain extremely flexible as we look through each other's lenses to make sure that the safety of the public is paramount for us.
And that's why the planning effort that is going to take place over the coming months and years even, in terms of that for the entire downtown is so critical. So thank you. And then Chief Gordon, just wanted to follow up on something you said earlier as well. It's one of the requests is to have more of a presence, and it's difficult with police cars going down the street. But with one of the other things that we get a lot of comments from, whether it's for email or public comment at meetings, is the issue of enforcement with e-bikes. And how do the current conditions how does that impact the ability for enforcement? I know you mentioned there's the working group that's with staff that's going on it, but just the conditions today, how does that impact with e-bikes?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, it's no secret that currently in the current condition, it is very challenging because it has been in turn for this period of time, whether it's really considered a street, not considered a street, trying to do enforcement of speed and other things is in fact a big challenge. Part of the ongoing effort is to do an overall e-bike ordinance for the whole state, for the whole city, which will also include State Street, because it's not just something we're seeing on State Street, and trying to find different mechanisms to enforce speed and other things that aren't tied to whether there's a speed limit or not a speed limit. So that is part of the efforts that is going on, along with, we've done a lot of educational efforts even recently with our schools. But yes, currently and with the current configuration of 9 blocks and the way it is laid out, you get a lot that just basically fly down State Street. So that is absolutely 100% a challenge right now in its current configuration. And I think that's part of what we've discussed moving forward as we look at even moving it interim operations, how we separate that out better, how we look at, we've talked about, I might get, some boos from the back, but opening traffic one way through, when you get past Carrillo into the 1100 block and those areas, not just from a traffic flow, but slowing those bikes down as well coming through there. So there's a lot of things to think about and how we do that successfully. It would be great, let's put in something that's curvy and meandering, but then you have to look at if that is also your emergency lane, how that works. So it's just, there are a lot of things to consider and think about as we look at the plans and how we do it and how we get to a yes collectively, I think is the big thing. But you are 100% on point with the current configuration, leaves us on our side scratching our head on how we can do better and how we can do enforcement and how we can change behavior. And clearly we have yet to be successful, but it's not for lack of trying, and we do want to have the presence that we need to have for public safety in that area. That, we have a very prideful police department that wants to provide to our community the way in which we should, which is why we are so invested in this process. There are some that are like, well, why does the police department have a big say? Because we want to make sure we are able to provide the appropriate public safety. It's really important to us as we, are all at the table talking about this.
Thank you, Chief Gordon, Chief Mills, appreciate it.
All right, very good. I've got a couple of questions, staff. So have we officially transitioned from Promenade to Paseo? Is that The only reason why I ask is because I'm fine with that. We had some confusion over the bike lanes become paseos. We had some confusion. There's a Paseo Grand Master Plan going back to the Hoffman days that has something to do with the paseos that are actually on the back sides of those buildings. So I just want to kind of know where we are in terms of the common nomenclature, how we're moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that question. We, as a group, are still working through some of the nomenclature, but I think through our conversations with the SSAC and members of the public, this idea of moving towards a concept of a Grand Paseo has really sort of bubbled up to the top, and so that is the terminology we're using now. I think as Chief Mayles mentioned, one of the really strong aspects of what was put forward today is the flexibility of the design, and that with that flexibility comes the opportunity to operate that space as a promenade. However, it doesn't require that space be always operated as a promenade. And so I think moving away from that language is helpful at this point, because it starts to convey to those in the community that we are really creating a new, vibrant public space that's very different than what we've had before, and gives us the opportunity to define it with how we manage and operate that space.
Thank you. And
Mr. Mayor, if I could just chime in just briefly on that too, though. While this is forward-looking and we are perhaps moving away from the promenade nomenclature, Title 31 is still in place, which does call it the State Street Promenade. And so until we make revisions to Title 31, which is part of the plan going forward, it is still the State Street Promenade.
All right. No, I had that in mind as well. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. A quick question on the pedlet concept. Is a pedlet something that is used on the same street where there's automobile traffic or not?
Mayor Rouse, it could be used in either location. I believe the images that were shown in the presentation, those are on streets that are open to automobile traffic. You'll notice, particularly in the Georgetown one, they have black painted concrete barriers along the side in order to create separation, because theirs in particular goes basically right next to a traffic lane. But it would function essentially like a normal curb would.
Yeah, that was really my question, is that, how do we protect the public if there's going to be there? But thank you for that answer. Appreciate that. And then one for Mr. Grumbine. You referred frequently to different spaces that have parking lots and whatnot as negative space. Can you kind of tell me where you're going with that?
Sure. So when you're having an urban experience walking through a city, there's sort of net positives and net negatives. And this is one of the reasons why, in general, you find for traditional cities, and the ones which Santa Barbara has been based on, and one of the reasons it's actually one of the best cities in the country, is because it has a mixed-use, at least original model. And so having ground floor as commercial is a very public welcoming type, and then having residential above is a sort of natural, where there's a private above and there's a public below. So when you are walking along a street and there's a public welcoming of some sort along the way, and you have something to look at, and you feel like you're part of something, that's good. When you are walking along a big parking lot, and there's just, even if it's a parking lot with trees, it is, the experience is getting past it, because there's nothing for you there. You don't hang out there in the parking lot. When you're walking on a sidewalk, you don't stop and look at something interesting. So you're basically having to move past that area, move past that block. You can see one step closer on Chapala. If you think about walking along the backside of Paseo Nuevo on Chapala, it's one of the, and I actually bring people here to show them this experience, because when you walk on would be, Ken Perdido maybe, and then you turn onto Chapala, and you're on the back side of Paseo Nuevo, you're all along a big blank wall the whole way, and it's bad, it's horrible. And you just walk past it, and you walk an entire block along a bad urban space. Parking lots are similar. You can have trees, and this one step maybe a little bit nicer, but the idea is public space and the public activation of space really needs to be pedestrian-oriented in that way. So that's what I mean by a net negative. If we can get rid of all the, and even the built parking lots, they're designed nicely, and that's good. There's some good architecture there, but it's still having cars, and I think the city has successfully, for example, actually just a block or two down on Ortega, has restaurants or shops just at the very beginning, the first little bit of the parking structure, because it makes you feel like that's a public space, and that's good. And then you tuck the parking structure behind and all the parking behind, and so you don't have that net negative effect.
Okay, so I mean, not obviated the need for a parking space to be there somewhere. Okay, that's.
Yeah. But hide it, underground, back, anywhere but the actual street frontage.
Okay, very good.
If you like people.
Right. And I thought I had one more, but I'll leave it at that right for now. Ms. Gutierrez, you have another question?
Yes, I actually have two questions for our Community Development Director. As I was listening to the mayor speak, CEQA studies. Will this project have any CEQA studies that we have to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez. State Street Master Planner Tess Harris will actually answer that question.
Ms. Harris?
Hi, Councilmember Gutierrez, through the mayor. Yes, CEQA will be part of the project. We've been talking about what that will look like, and so we are in conversations internally about whether that'll be a negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration, which is likely, or a categorical exemption. And I do imagine that one of those will be the CEQA document rather than an environmental impact report.
And then,
and I guess just elaborating on that, suffice it to say that is less time from a CEQA perspective. We're also looking at it as an existing space.
and then my final question, oh my God. For the picture that was shown of like the future of the downtown with housing downtown, because I can hear the public emailing and texting like, are these sites already approved? Could you just clarify for the public where they see this picture as they're watching it now and they're going to think, oh my God, all these sites are approved and we didn't know. Can you just clarify that, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez. So those sites are not approved, and there's sort of a range of sites that were shown. One is a surface parking lot, one is a city-owned structured parking lot, and the other is Paseo Nuevo Mall. And I think most people are aware that there are conversations taking place about what the future of the current Paseo Nuevo Mall ultimately will be. I know there have been conversations about converting that property to a mixed use, combining some retail with residential housing above it. And so what we were trying to do with that image was just really trying to convey a sense of what could be downtown, and really sort of convey a sense of the, as I mentioned earlier, this notion of an urban, vital urban neighborhood that has lots of housing. And these we saw as potential sites that were worth sort of demonstrating what our downtown might look like with dense urban housing included as a part of it.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, one last question. The term flat and flexible is really pervasive throughout the presentation. And flat and flexible is what a normal promenade, of course, or Paseo would have. But in our case, State Street functions as the storm drain, basically as where water flows. So, and I know that didn't escape your attention. And I was thinking about that along with the raised crosswalks, how that could, is there a solution for that, or is that in the offing somewhere?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. There's certainly a solution for that. At this stage, again, referencing Ms. McAdoo's early comments about really being sort of at a high conceptual level, we have not sort of delved into that level of specificity at this time. However, the draft master plan will include, discussion of options for stormwater management downtown, ranging from things that may be more akin to what would be called sort of low impact design, best management practices, all the way to, fully engineered, large end-of-pipe systems for stormwater management. And as Ms. McAdoo also mentioned, as we move into the draft master plan, we will be exploring and discussing costs and doing a cost analysis of some of the recommendations. And obviously, that infrastructure will be a large driver of cost of any of these blocks were they to be implemented. And so we will be including those figures, as well as looking at sort of different range of opportunities and options for those blocks in terms of dealing with stormwater and the costs associated with all of those.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll move into public comment. We've got a number of them. What I'm going to ask you all to do is I'm going to call you out and call the person behind you on deck and be ready to go. 2 minutes each, and you don't have to use the whole 2 minutes, honest. It's okay. We're going to start with Kristen Miller. Going to be followed by Nora Skoss.
Good afternoon. Hello, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce and also on the SSAC. Really first want to thank the city for efforts to implement an interim plan for State Street while the master plan moves forward for the long run. The chamber offered a complimentary vision for an interim plan just a few months ago based on consensus from many of our members and have since received so much positive feedback for that. Therefore, we're really glad to see that many of the proposed elements of our plan align very nicely with the draft before you today. We believe that challenges facing our downtown economy have less to do with cars, no cars on State Street, and more to do with business conditions, particularly the lack of certainty, offering incentives for the right businesses to fill vacancies, addressing the leasing mix, and creating an urgency permitting process for some new businesses, among other things. People are attracted to our downtown when it feels clean and safe, but also when other people are there. Many of the downtown's outdoor business operations add to that vibrancy with enticing seating and decorations, and the 500 block is a prime example of this success. We really like the recommendations for this pedlet extenders along the 500 block and would like to see that on other blocks as well. But we are curious, as Ms. Harmon asked, by the mention of removing all outdoor structures from the right-of-way, and the question is why, what is going there instead? Because we feel that the aim is to have activations there that really bring people downtown. Moving up the street, the chamber recommends that the city have a specific plan to activate the 700 and 800 blocks in order to create that grand paseo that we've been talking about. We propose transforming with activations almost similar to a Parks and Recreation program that you would fund. And while we totally understand housing as part of economic development, we know that that's a longer-term plan and look for these activations to keep things going now. Sorry.
Thank you. Nora Skoss, followed by Art Ludwig.
First of all, this is what I was going to say until I was limited to 2 minutes, and also until I heard this wonderful presentation. And I particularly have to commend the architect. That is one beautiful, beautiful design for our downtown. And as beautiful as it does seem very ambitious. And I would say it also, to me, seems confusing that we have so many different things, 2 blocks this way, 2 blocks that way, 2 blocks another way. So I would like to ask if we couldn't consider simplifying a little bit more. I see one major issue with safety downtown. Pedestrians and bicycles don't mix. We've talked about that a whole lot. As it seems to me, the simplest thing is to have one straight State Street with 2 lanes of traffic and 2 lanes of bicycle, and keep everything that is on wheels, except wheelchairs, in that area, and keep the pedestrians separate from vehicles. I will say this, in hearing the comments from our police chief, I think she would like that too, to keep it very easy to access the full distance of State Street. I would, since I'm running out of time, I'm just going to say this. The 1924 earthquake caused an enormous change in Santa Barbara for the good. COVID was not an earthquake. I don't think we need to change everything. We've had a wonderful downtown, and we can refine it, but keeping it very simple, just sort of like it was before, is not a bad idea. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Art Ludwig, followed by Adam Sandron. Art, I don't think I've ever seen you with a hat off before.
Honorable Mayor Rouse, City Council members, committee members, there's a lot to love in the proposal. Thank you. Not to nitpick, but please, please don't return cars to any part of state. This would tend to turn it into another drive-in park mall like La Cumbre Plaza or Paseo Nuevo, and we know how this ends. There's no evidence that bringing back cars will boost commerce. On the contrary, State Street's vacancy rate is lower now than pre-pandemic when cars were allowed, and it's improving in car-free areas while worsening where cars remain. State definitely needs improvement. To this end, let's use our housing mandate issue to help our state vitality issue. Santa Barbara must plan for 8,000 more housing units in the next 8 years, mandated by the state. Just our job number one is to add these units without adding 10,000 more cars that clog the streets as they endlessly circle searching for parking. You have already done the greatest thing ever for the city by creating a place where it is viable and appealing to live without a car. But no one knows this because there's also almost no housing on state. The next step needed to unlock the value of your achievement is to permit hundreds of car-free units on state and build them quickly. Imagine the future that this would unlock. Thousands of full-time residents would bring vitality and prosperity. A pedestrian-filled street would naturally slow bikes, no enforcement needed. Taller facades would provide the shade needed for our future climate. Living where they shop and work would allow the next generation to thrive within a sustainable carbon footprint. And all city residents would be free from the traffic and parking impacts of the 10,000 cars added from building the mandated housing anywhere else in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Sandroni, followed by Eric Couch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I believe I have also the time of Mr. DiNapoli, who's sitting in the back. He's graciously offered to grant me that time.
Is he here, Mr.
Yeah.
Napoli? Okay, very good. Yes, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, all of you, for the exhaustive discussion of this topic. I think this is my third or fourth time getting up and speaking on this matter. Thank you to all the volunteers and to the city staff and to our first responders and public safety officials. I know there's a lot of things to bring together, a lot of disparate elements and a lot of different interests that we're trying to, please everyone with, which is obviously a very difficult task. I want to echo everything the previous speaker said. The density of population is great for business. It's great for the vitality of downtown, and it's something that, from a workforce housing issue, my company specifically run hospitality establishments here in the city, and we've lost recently several employees who have moved away from the city because they can't find housing. So having more housing units in the downtown core especially would be hugely helpful from that perspective. I was really, really gratified to see attention paid to the 400 block in this plan, because the 400 block, as Councilman Gutierrez knows, has been long neglected in this. It feels a lot like the forgotten block, and to see it getting some attention is wonderful. I think that if I can advocate for that phase to take place immediately, I would like that to start sooner. On the subject of cars and the return of traffic, one-way traffic, we've seen that on the 1200 block in front of our establishment, and quite frankly, it's a mess. It's confusing. People don't know if they're supposed to drive. They drive on the wrong lane. Delivery vehicles park in the bike lane because the traffic lane is open. Bicycles take whatever lane they want. Pedestrians step off the curb and wander into the street without looking. It's, in my view, simply a matter of time before something very serious happens. And I would advocate strongly, and I don't want to use the language I would use, but as strongly as humanly possible for option A in the plan. That flat and flexible, extending for as long as possible, is better for businesses, it's better for pedestrians, it's better for the tourist experience, and frankly, just better for everyone overall. You know, I fully recognize that there are public safety concerns surrounding that, and I know, speaking for myself and for every business owner I've ever spoken to on this, we're more than willing to do whatever we can do to help mitigate those things and to help with those issues. But a return to cars on State Street in any way is a step backwards and not a step forwards. I think a lot of folks who have spoken in these various meetings are looking at the issue of State Street and the issue of Santa Barbara growth as a whole through what I would call sepia-toned glasses. They're looking at it with a sense of nostalgia, with a sense of longing to a time that was before, but that's not how time works. Unless you're planning to go back to the State Street of what I believe was the late 80s, where you could park, was the last time you could park on State Street, that's the only part of that plan that would improve any sort of business access. And if we're not doing that, which it doesn't seem like that's at all on the table, and it shouldn't be, then a fully promenade, fully pedestrianized version of State Street would bring a much more vibrant downtown. It's better for business. It's better for the economy as a whole. You know, having to have remove our parklet with 2 days' notice the last time, we lost 16% of revenue. So thank you very much.
Okay, you got Jenna Berg, and I have a couple people donating time. It'd be, I can't read the one, is it Marg?
So you would call me next. My name is Eric Couch.
I'm sorry?
You would call me next. Do you have me waiting?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry. Very good. Eric Couch, and then we'll have Jenna Berg next.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Eric Couch, and thank you, staff. I'm a layperson in town, and a couple months ago, an architect that you probably know, Fred Sweeney, shared with me a set of drawings, renderings, watercolor renderings, 30-some pages of State Street and how we might envision a new future for State Street. And I took a look at them, and I was enamored with them. As a resident here, I thought, my goodness, this is a cohesive synthesis of so many different things that are wonderful that could be part of our future. And I want to emphasize the word synthesis because he explained that this is not, it's like 80% of what he had heard in all of these State Street advisory meetings brought into a watercolor rendering that we could appreciate. So today here, I've been extraordinarily impressed to see the tremendous work in the renderings that were shown on the screen, and I've had to ask myself, is there value in this? And I want to say that I thought that this did have value, and so I interviewed Mr. Sweeney. It's an hour and 20 minutes, so that he could explain street by street the nuance, the detail that he captured and synthesized. And so you now all have a link to a YouTube video, and I do believe that there is value. A couple of the highlights were things like paying homage to the Chumash history in the tile that's on the ground, adding a particular emphasis to bring the experience of walking up State Street to call out De La Guerra Plaza so that visitors are called more to stop and realize that it's a center of our city, City Hall, De La Guerra Plaza. When I saw the trolley car rendering, yes, Mr. Sweeney put a rendering of a trolley car that you push around at the top and the bottom like some of us remember from childhood in San Francisco. I lit up because those are the things of childhood memories. I thought it was great, it was colorful. He's done a lot of work to reach out to other California historical cities like San Diego and come up with appropriate references to keep in place. So I would just like you to consider, please review this in time and consider incorporating it into the future vision. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jenna Berg, and I have, I can't read the name, is it Marg?
Brian.
I got Brian, yeah, that's you.
And there was, yeah, and then I think Jensen was going to donate his time also.
I'm sorry, who is?
Jensen, steady. Or was it, did you have Marge?
I have a Marge, is that?
Yeah.
Is that person here?
I don't know if she's here anymore.
Okay, so you have 4 minutes with this
4 minutes,
gentleman.
okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I appreciate all this amazing hard work. I know it's gone on for a long time. I have a few videos to show you because not all of you have the opportunity to spend time on State Street. Some of us do, some of us don't. I want you to imagine what State Street was like at the Arlington Theater before we put the second lane of traffic. And I know this is just one example. This is also a vision of the future, though, of what State Street at Arlington Theater, the Arlington Plaza Mall could be, again, because the Arlington is going to come back to life, and we're going to have more events there. We are going to have a lot of activity in this part of town. This is the family-centered part of State Street, and I would like to see us just take a look at the past here for a minute. This was March 8th, and this is when we had the outdoor dining at Opal and at Carlitos. This is what we've lost. Many people have commented on that loss of the Opal outdoor dining. I know that there were reasons, but I would like to revisit those reasons because I'm not sure that they're actually that applicable. And we love the roof. Everyone loves that roof, and I know the Historic Landmark Commission doesn't want roofs, but it's cold in Santa Barbara at night. We need protection. We want outdoor dining with roofs. And actually, when you look at this, it's not obstructing the beautiful architecture of the Arlington, which is the gem. This is the architectural gem of our city. This should be the center, or at least one of the central points of view for a grand promenade. So this is the Carlitos dining that you'll recall, and then back around to the Opal. And this is what we have lost. I would like us to think about getting this back, not adding more traffic. We've got 2 lanes here. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but the bicycles didn't stop, the cars didn't stop, no one stopped. And there's no stop sign to replace what was taken out. They repaved, but there's still no stop sign there. It's very dangerous. So this is something we've lost, and I'm advocating that we do not allow the cars back through the historic Arlington Theater Arts District, which is that 1100, 1200, 1300 block. And that was option A on the plan. So I want to go ahead and show, this is current. This was taken just on Saturday at 6:40, so about the same time of day. It is light. And the guitar player is still playing. You probably can't hear him in the background. But this is what it looks like now. Taken almost at the same time. This is a Saturday night. Granted, the Arlington Theater did not have an activity, but I'm hoping and expecting we're going to see a lot there. One more video to show you, and this is in front of the Art Museum every Thursday night. Can you turn the volume up? This is what happens on the 1100 block of State Street. I mean, to look at the happy people, do you want to give this up? And this exists. We're not trying to create, we're not drawing people downtown. They are here already. And you're talking about eliminating something we already have and trying to rebuild something. Why? Put traffic on this street and the next block and the next block when we could re-envision this. Let's get some real data. I know you said that the public or the people that you surveyed agreed that the traffic should return, but I would ask you to do this survey again. I've spent the last 2 weeks up and down talking to hundreds of people on State Street, customers at restaurants, tourists, business owners. No one wants those cars back that I spoke with. So I ask you to redo your studies, get better data. Let's really revisit this. I don't like this short-term 6 to 12 month, let's repave without doing more research. So please look at option A and vote to stop this immediate short-term impact. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Richard Yates to be followed by Mary Buchholz.
Well, that was an amazing feat of timing here. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Rouse and council members. That's Richard Yates from Opal Restaurant and Bar. Kudos. Amazing. The universe is synchronizing here for us. Kudos to City Administrator McAdoo and staff for this draft proposal to reach a consensus final vision that intelligently informs steps in the interim. To succeed, it's reasonable for there to be some compromise. But there is one item about which many of us have serious reservations, opening up one lane from Carrillo northward to automobile traffic. This precedent would be harder to roll back than other pilot projects. Here are the concerns. Unless the lane is down the middle, it eliminates outdoor facilities on the east side of the street. Also, given the muscle cars I've seen flexing those muscles on the 1300 block alone, it's likely this extended lane will just encourage speeding. And even if speeding can be addressed by raised pedestrian areas, engine revving won't, creating a disruptive atmosphere. Big picture, if there has to be compromise and car traffic allowed anywhere, why put it where there's outside dining, which most would say is one of the main attractions to revitalize State Street? Shouldn't such areas have as pleasant an outdoor atmosphere as possible, one that's car-free? A valid argument is economic necessity. Businesses do need more shoppers and diners to get up the street from the waterfront. Yes, we need better circulation to accomplish that. But we don't need cars. We need a full-size shuttle in the middle of the street, a solution to satisfy both pro-car and anti-car groups. Also, the city's focus on regulating outdoor dining facilities has slowly whittled away at them, with a chilling effect that would continue further if we open this lane to cars. Relocating outdoor dining adjacent to the restaurant storefront on an expanded sidewalk is a good plan down the road, but where will pedestrians go? Pedlets sound like a good idea, but I would question if there's enough room for the pedlets in a street that has 1 or 2 lanes of traffic. So I had a few more comments, but I will just say that we hope that the good aspects of this plan, which are numerous, can be adopted, but not the addition of 2 lanes of traffic from the Creel Street on up.
Okay,
Thank you much for your time.
Mary Buchholz, followed by Alan Kuhn.
Good afternoon. I use a bicycle, not an e-bike, as my primary mode of transportation, and State Street is my primary source of and conduit to the goods and services I need. People like me who use bikes instead of cars to get around face tremendous risks just by going about our day. Our local news is full of stories of cyclists and pedestrians who have been injured or killed, including quite recently, like this summer, because they had to share the road with cars and trucks, including downtown, including on car-dominated parts of State Street. Simply put, there is no safe way for private motor vehicles to share roads with those of us who are outside of a car, and paint and plastic sticks do not magically protect us. This is also a racial and economic justice issue, since a disproportionate number of transportation cyclists and pedestrians are low-income and/or people of color, many of whom work on State Street. Over a year ago, this council voted to keep State Street car-free until 2026 from the 500 block to the 1300 block. That decision has overwhelming support from city residents. That's why it's baffling to me that we're still debating this issue. Yes, some valid concerns have been raised, such as the daredevil behavior of a handful of tweens on e-bikes, but this should be addressed through infrastructure changes and increased enforcement, not by banning bikes even part of the time. We don't close down the 101 to vehicle traffic because of a few people driving expensive sports cars at dangerously high speeds, even though they're far more deadly than kids popping wheelies. In fact, police officers on e-bikes would help a lot with the e-bike problem. Moreover, keeping bikes off State Street part of the time is as absurd and unworkable as keeping cars off State Street part of the time. I'd also note that walking your wheels defeats the entire purpose of a bike without providing cyclists, whether locals or tourists, with a safe, convenient, alternative route to get to our State Street destinations. So I'm asking the council to keep cars off all of downtown State Street from the 400 block to the 1300 block, to keep bikes on all of downtown State Street at all times, and to create robust infrastructure and policies that will keep us all safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Kuhn, followed by Marilyn Lopafrito.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I'm a Santa Barbara resident. I mostly get around by car, and I walk some, and I ride my bike a little bit. Today, I drove my car to the Arts District. I parked in a city lot 1 block off of State Street, ran one quick errand on State Street, and then walked here to this meeting. If we had that portion of State Street open to cars, and even if I decided to drive on that section, I would have parked in a city lot 1 block off of State Street and walked to my destination. My point being that there's no parking for cars on State Street, and that's a good thing, I'm not complaining. So the benefits of driving on State Street to get to a destination that's off of State Street seems pretty limited. And the cost of opening those blocks to cars is the lost opportunity to extend that Grand Paseo framework, which sounded absolutely beautiful to the full extent. And one of the things I really liked about the presentation was the idea of a grand paseo that linked other paseos, both existing and possibly new ones. And one of the first ones that came to my mind was La Arcada. What a shame it would be, and maybe even Victoria Court to a lesser degree on the other side of the street. But what a shame it would be to stop the Grand Paseo like 1 block away from La Arcada. So I encourage you to go with the option that keeps the cars off of State Street through the 1200 block. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Lapafito, followed by Dennis Allen.
Hello, everybody, members of the council, and also everyone who's in attendance here today. I really needed 3 minutes credentials. I'm a proud 45-year member of the Santa Barbara Arts and Crafts Show. I'm a polymer clay artist, and I serve as an elected member of our city advisory committee currently. I've been on city boards in the past, and I just wanted to mention we're the only elected city advisory committee, which is really cool. Reason I'm here today is I've attended all of the meetings of the Reinvent State Street. I know some of you recognize me and hopefully appreciate my input. I'm excited about the reinvention, but so I've seen Brooklyn. I'm from New York City originally, so I've seen the open streets of Brooklyn. I saw 3rd Street Promenade when it first opened. A cautionary tale, I did go recently. We might want to revisit that, but I think with housing on State Street, we'd be okay. The reason I want to speak today is that our Santa Barbara Arts and Crafts Show has become physically isolated from State Street, and with the closure of State Street, we've never rebounded past the worst of the pandemic. So we're really quite isolated. And so what I want to do and express is that the call to action would be to incorporate access to our show, which can't be moved, not from currently into the future. We need signage, we need shuttle, but we also need the mindset of incorporating, not isolating us, and to really examine what would be the unintended consequences, or what they are, of the permanent closure of State Street and what that means to us. We're seeing the lowest rate of business ever, really, in this past year. I had more. I'll submit it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you.
And thanks for all the hard work from everybody.
Dennis Allen, be followed by Robin Elander.
Mr. Mayor and council members, good afternoon. I'm here representing, I'm Dennis Allen, I'm representing the Community Environmental Council. And I just want to say how blessed we feel that with the talent, the experience, and the creativity of our city staff, and especially a lot of the citizens in our community shouting out the architects who have done so much to create this vision and given their time generously. We are very excited by the vision in the master plan and fundamentally in agreement with it, as well as with the short-term master plan. Housing is absolutely going to be essential downtown in our core to restore the vitality of the economic aspects of our, not only the downtown core, but the entire city. That's in process, but that's essential to it. That's the key pin that I think is going to make this all happen. One of the things that I get concerned about in thinking about resilience is global warming and increasing temperatures. And the 500 block of State Street is unique from all the other blocks in terms of the tree canopy that we see there. So the sooner we can get canopy trees planted in other blocks of State Street, the better it'll be. Now, the fire chief brought home to me how complex and how many balls we're going to have to juggle to be able to do this, but trees take a long time to grow. And they will not only cool the breezes off the ocean even more and making it more palatable for people to be downtown, but they will clean our air. And interestingly, they will also slow down cyclist. When you're driving in and out, biking in and out of shadows and dappled light and light areas, you have to slow down because you can't see the pavement the same way as if you're going fast. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Robin Elander, followed by Sharon Rich.
City Council, staff, and community members, as Executive Director of the Downtown Organization, I want to sincerely thank our community for its strong participation in shaping the State Street Master Plan, as well as their input in forming the draft action plan. It's clear that Santa Barbara's Central Business District is deeply valued and that there's a shared passion for creating a vibrant future. The draft master plan and action plan presented a detailed framework for transforming State Street and downtown from what it is today into a more vibrant and dynamic space that reflects our community's long-term vision. I'm particularly encouraged by the inclusion of the near-term action plan items that address current issues while allowing us to experiment with innovative solutions. This phased approach, which pilots new ideas and configuration, also creates near-term, tangible changes that businesses, residents, and visitors can see and feel and learn, and so we can all learn along the way. This plan incorporates much of the diverse feedback from our downtown stakeholders throughout this process. While no plan can satisfy everyone, this plan does an admirable job of balancing the many opinions and preferences of our community and focuses on the most critical decisions we need to address now. The plan's focus on economic development and safety, particularly pedestrian bike infrastructure and lighting, as well as piloting pedlets, will foster safer shared spaces, which are critical for a welcoming downtown. I would add significantly more safe, well-lit bike parking to the list of action plan considerations so folks can stop and enjoy downtown without worrying about their bikes. The focus on economic development has also been a missing piece vital for attracting new businesses to State Street. By exploring the creation of the Economic Development Corporation as well as enhanced infrastructure, we have a lot more opportunity to boost the local economy and secure long-term prosperity for downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon Rich, followed by Joanna Kaufman.
Mayor Rouse, City Council Member, I'm Sharon Rich, President of Friends of State Street. I just want to say I'm really impressed by the sheer volume of community input everyone involved in this process has taken into consideration. Thank you very much. Thank you, you guys, for this incredible presentation today. City staff, top notch. Friends of State Street has been part of this process in a unique way. Our focus has been to never take sides, asking, how can we help? You may remember the outdoor dining structures to get stormwater compliant. You may remember painting the parklets. That was us. And we want to continue to be doing that for a long time. The framework that we saw today, you could just see it coming to life. And we know from experience in our team that this is going to take a long while. So I'm happy to say today that we have signed a lease at the CEC hub for an office for Friends of State Street, showing our determination to stay the course with this whole project forever. And also, we are raising funds to help realize it and support it. So we're not going anywhere. We want to take this short-term plan that has been shared with us and look at how can we help to make that happen now, impacting it now. There are small things that we can do to really bring together this project and get it started and make it look vibrant almost immediately. We are prepared to do that. So I look forward to working with all of you in order to do that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate everything that you all do. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna Kaufman, followed by Barry Remus.
Hello, my name is Joanna, and I'm a 2-decade resident of Santa Barbara, and now I have a child that has spent his whole life in the city. First of all, when we're talking about safety, I want to flag something that's actually hurts and kills people all over the city, which is car collisions. So I know we've had a lot of conversations about public safety, and I think we have a lot of ideas of what's safe and dangerous, but I want to flag that that's actually killed people in the city. With that being said, I've been a participant in the State Street conversation prior to the pandemic. Many of the issues existed prior to the street activation. One piece that's really been missing for me in this discussion is good data. Not data just from one point in time, but data that dynamically updates over time. During this process, a lot of claims are being made without supporting evidence, and in the absence of data, there's a lot of emotions that fill that gap. If we really want to be serious about economic development in particular, we need data on economic trends that are easy to access. This builds trust not just between the public and city staff, but between the public, property owners, and decision makers. That being said, in the absence of good data, I am 100% convinced bringing car traffic back to the 1100 to 1200 block will not address any of the economic issues, safety concerns, or other social concerns. Just like car traffic didn't prevent vacancies or vagrancy in the years leading up to the interim emergency ordinance that made State Street car free. I've heard Boulder is being cited as a major reason why we can't have more than 4 blocks without cars, but that is one data point, and Boulder is a very different context than Santa Barbara in regards to proximity between residential and commercial development, among other factors. We've already existed 4 years with a car-free corridor. Let's see some numbers. Prove to me that a car-free street is problematic. Why is the 400 block having issues? Your populace is intelligent, so let's treat them as such. Let's have good process. Don't make a decision about the interim measures without good data, and if you have it, please share it with the public.
Thank you. Barry Remus.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Barry Remus with Move Santa Barbara County. Yes, and what a once-in-a-lifetime, truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we see before us to transform State Street once again. And it didn't take an earthquake this time. Move Santa Barbara County would like to strongly encourage you as you consider not only the long-term master plan, but also the short-term action plan, and as well, another action plan that hasn't been brought up yet, your climate action plan. 2 months ago or less, you all unanimously adopted that plan, which encourages sustainability and encourages people not to drive and use more active transportation. So if we're going to introduce more cars on State Street, that seems to be counterintuitive to our climate action plan. Please keep that in mind. And also, the housing that we're going to get. State Street is going to become more vibrant. We know it. We can feel it. And it's going to be fun, to quote Mr. Davis, and in Hal Conklin's memory, flat, flexible, and fun. It's not going to be any fun to have to get off your bike and walk it. But even if you do have to do that, and if more further restrictions of bicycling, people are going to need safer places and confident places to park their bikes. So we also want to encourage, which we haven't heard yet, even in the short-term action plan, to consider more opportunities for safe and secure bike parking. It's just more and more, survey after community survey showed close to 80% of our community members don't want to see cars on State Street. And to think that that's going to come back, I have to give you my worst attempt at John McCain.
All right, very good. I've been told that we are poised for a break. And I know that we've got a couple of speakers online. So we'll take a break, about a 10-minute council break. Be back here after that. Thanks for your patience. In the middle of public comment from comment online. Madam Clerk, may we have the first speaker, please?
Yes, I'll call out the names of a few speakers so you can be ready. We'll hear from Linda Honickman, then Aaron Ashland, Anna Marie Gott, and Trey Pinner. Linda Honickman, please go ahead.
And thank you for your patience. Remember, it's a 2-minute period, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Council. I'm Linda Honickman, a South Coast resident interested in affordable housing and happy cities. We are lucky to have had so many local planners, architects, city staff, and community members who have provided a foundation for imagining a future State Street. We got off to a great start with the 2020 AIA charrette, which involved several hundred participants. Since then, there's been a lot of work summarized by the excellent presentation that Anthony Grumbine took us through. And recently, we have had well-researched ideas and videos produced by Strong Towns. All of those efforts have left me with a vision for State Street that has a lot of trees, inviting outdoor dining, cool storefronts, people of all ages engaged in fun activities, art and colors, paseos, and no cars. A trolley or shuttle, but no cars. I know this is a difficult puzzle to complete. The worst choice would be no clear direction by the end of today. I was going to ask council members who may need to break a tie in their head, please add weighting to comments by workers who might be future residents of State Street. That extra weight is important since many are unable to get to meetings during the day. But after hearing so much support for the same non-car solutions, I'm less concerned about you not getting a consistent message. I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Aaron Ashland. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Dear Mr. Mayor and City Council, first, I want to express my gratitude for your ongoing service to our city. I also appreciate the outreach efforts of the new city administrator. It's crucial as we move forward. I'm speaking today with a concern about bikes on the State Street Promenade. While we all value an active, vibrant downtown, allowing bicycles to race through the promenade without any regulation is turning it into a dangerous space, rather than the safe, welcoming environment we all envision. I don't think any of us want to see police officers ticketing kids for riding bikes, but there's a middle ground where we can make it more difficult to use the promenade as a racetrack or wheelie zone without heavy-handed enforcement. Over the past 15 years, one of the few things that has truly worked downtown is the pedestrian promenade. But here's a question. Do you think that people will pay to park in city lots just to watch bikes speed by? Let's not forget the results of the MIG survey, which showed that safety was the #1 priority for visitors. Right now, I'm not sure anyone feels safe with unlicensed teens speeding through, towing their friends, and practicing stunts, sometimes reaching up to 60 miles per hour. This is not the kind of atmosphere that encourages people to visit and linger. I urge you to consider closing at least the 500 and 600 blocks of State Street to bikes, while still allowing bike commuting before 10 or 11 a.m. After that, simple barricades could be installed at the ends of the pedestrian blocks with clear signage requiring cyclists to dismount. Adding more bike racks at the ends of these blocks would provide convenience so that no one feels forced to ride through the promenade when they can easily park. The comparison I'll make is this. Imagine going to a concert at the Bowl with cars driving through the crowd. It would ruin the entire experience, much like bikes racing through the promenade does now. The promenade is one of the last successes we've seen in our downtown, and we cannot afford to let it slip away because it feels unsafe. I support the plan laid out by City Administrator to preserve the promenade as a safe space, and I hope you will too. I understand that no solution will satisfy everyone, but we must prioritize the 80% of the city who are asking for a safer, more enjoyable downtown. Mr. Friedman, Ms. Gutierrez, Mr. Rouse, while I realize you may not fully support what the majority of the city desires, I urge you to back this plan. It offers a balanced approach that will enhance both the experience and safety
That's
for
time,
everyone.
Mr. Ashland. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead. Anna Marie Gott, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good evening. I want to remind the council why we have seen that State Street decline. It's because staff allowed improper coastal exemptions to develop the funk zone. That is your new downtown. So no one should be surprised that your old downtown is ailing. But you've made things worse for retail businesses and others with the continued closure of State Street. And taxpayers should not pay to make State Street a promenade or a grand paseo unless they vote to do so. Today, I'd like the council to commit to having registered voters vote on the final State Street master plan. Why? They will likely be paying for much of the infrastructure improvements, and the surveys the city has done really can and have been gained. So you really don't know what they want. As for the current and future short-term plans, if we move forward with any short and long-term changes, my question is, how will that impact redevelopment? If you're going to make changes today moving forward, at least for the short term, I would like you to either see the reopen of State Street to cars or to reduce the closures only to the 5, 7, and 800 blocks. If there are any closures, bikes should be prohibited. They just don't work with pedestrians, and we don't have enforcement. Why is there going to be a 6 to 12-month opening for State Street to cars? Let's make it tomorrow, if not January 1. We should move forward with sidewalk dining only without expanders beginning January 1. The city should require any sidewalk and dining program to lease tables and chairs from the city. And finally, property owners should be required to pay for stormwater management if there are any permanent closures and infrastructure changes.
All right,
thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Trey Pinner. Trey Pinner, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. Pleasure to talk to you today. I did have the pleasure of attending the majority of the State Street Advisory meetings, either in person or virtually, and I just want to thank all those involved with that process. Many of the things said, I'm not going to repeat, so I'm going to try to hit a few things that have not been touched on. I mentioned this at the business meeting where the business owners and property owners met to hear their plan, and I really like to make sure we understand the economics of what we're doing and why we're doing it. You really are almost operating as a developer, creating a large project, whether it should be a walking plaza or a driving mall, whatever you want to call it. But we should understand the economics. Why are we doing what we're doing, and what will be the get back from that? So I'd like to see that. Also, in the budgeting process, we've kind of gone a little bit backwards. It's kind of like asking an architect to design our dream home without knowing how much we want to spend on the home. So I really look forward to hearing what comes forth on the ways of how we're going to be able to pay for these projects. I highly like the idea of limiting the closure. I would actually limit to the closure from Cannon Perdido to 2 blocks south and learn if that process really works. If we find a closure of State Street in the long run is successful, we can grow that in either direction as we see fit, but start at a very, very small closure. And with regards to bikes and pedestrians, I think we need to pick one direction. Either we need to be a pedestrian mall or a mall that allows cars and bikes, one or the other. This sort of back and forth is very difficult. All the malls that we are the pedestrian plazas like Pearl Street, Lincoln Street, and the ones in Denmark that we all like about, they all have signs that say no bikes. So if you're going to be a pedestrian one, you're just going to have to limit transportation modes through the plaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speakers are Tristan Miller, Hannah Cohen, Rob Fredericks, and Sullivan Israel. Tristan Miller, please go ahead.
is Tristan Miller. I've been to almost every single SSAC meeting, and I just wanted to call out and say thank you so much to all of those volunteers for all of their hard work on this. There's a lot of expertise in that room, and they've worked really hard on making an incredible plan. I support most of the plan. It is fantastic, the flat, curbless, and flexible part of the plan. And I want to call out the raised crosswalks and raised intersections are a fantastic addition to an already great plan. I would like to see that flat and flexible applied to the entirety of the promenade and not reopen the 1100 and 1000 block. I also think that in the interim and in the future, we need a full-sized shuttle running down or up State Street, both to get people up and down State Street and also to help slow down the bikes. Having mixed shuttle and bikes will help with the e-bike problem. I also want to point out that the City Council did a speed study of e-bikes, and the highest speed recorded was only 23 miles per hour. That is much too fast for a bike going on a pedestrian promenade, but the average speed was between 11 and 14. An e-bike is not going to kill someone at that speed. A car is going to kill someone. I also want to point out that the farmers market is about to move to the cross street and the 1000 block of State Street. So if we open up the 1000 block to State Street, we're going to immediately have to close it every single Saturday. And that's not something that has been considered. Please don't reopen that. The last thing I want to mention is the 400 block. At the SSAC, I talked to some firefighters, and they mentioned that they really only need access towards the waterfront. They need to be able to get to the waterfront, and they need to get to the funk zone. They really don't need the other direction, so we could reduce it to one lane and help the struggling businesses on the 400 block. I really wish I could have been there in person to deliver these comments, but I really thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Hannah Cohen. Hannah Cohen, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Hannah Cohen, and I recently moved to Santa Barbara, and I've absolutely loved it here. A big part of that is because of State Street being closed to cars. I've visited many times in the past few years, and I really loved it when we had it all the way, we had the 1000 block, the 1100 block, 1200 block, all closed to cars. And so now I want to say we need to keep the 1000 block and the 1100 block of State Street car-free. Every Thursday evening, Satellite, a business on the 1100 block, has live music and dancing in the street. I went and it was an amazing time. There was a huge crowd of smiling, dancing people. With cars on the 1100 block, this could never happen. We wouldn't have the same kind of community. So we need to keep the 1000 and 1100 block car free, and there's really no reason to add cars back to them. There are no theaters. The accessible entrance and passenger unloading zone for the Santa Barbara Art Museum is on Anapamu, not State Street, so there's no accessibility reason to bring cars there. And in the long term, we need the 400 to the 1300 blocks of State Street car-free. We need to keep bikes on State Street. We need to make sure that all pedestrians and bicyclists are safe from cars. And the best way to do that is to remove cars from the equation on those specific areas. There are so many other streets that cars can drive on. And this is just, we need to support the businesses that are also on the 400 and all the way through the 1300 block and that are doing better without cars there. So the community has made their voice loud and clear. We don't want cars back on State Street. We want the city to invest in a good long-term plan for the promenade.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers, please.
Next speaker is Rob Fredericks, followed by Sullivan Israel, Robert Nielsen, and then the last speaker will be Guthrie Leonard. Rob Fredericks, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. First, I just want to thank City staff and the State Street Advisory Committee for their incredible work on the State Street Master Plan. And just kudos to Anthony Grumbine and the cadre of volunteer talent that really created all of this throughout the presentation that you saw today. The vision outline reflects Santa Barbara's hopes for a vibrant and revitalized downtown. One concern, though, is that we now face is how do we pay for the work required, both in the near and long term? And one powerful solution that should be considered is the establishment of an enhanced infrastructure financing district. This financing tool allows the city to capture future tax revenue increases generated by rising property values due to the improvements made. Just like the old successful redevelopment agency, it doesn't raise taxes or require new fees for residents, but instead harnesses the growth sparked by the revitalization itself to fund the project. With an enhanced infrastructure financing district, we can finance key infrastructure improvements such as expanded pedestrian areas, enhanced public spaces, and upgraded utilities, ensuring the long-term success of State Street and Santa Barbara. By leveraging this tool, we can move forward with the State Street revisioning while fostering sustainable economic growth without placing the financial burden on current taxpayers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sullivan Israel. Sullivan Israel, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. I wish I could be there in person, but like so many others, I can't. The first thing I want to mention is it's incredible how many comments today have been pro-paseo, if you want to call it, anti-car. Some of you may be wondering, where are all the pro-car people? Why didn't they show up? Well, I think part of the answer to that might be that there really aren't many of them. Every survey shows that it's at least 80% of the population that doesn't want cars. So I want you to imagine the people who were able to show up today in person and on Zoom, what they actually represent, because that's just a slice of people who were able to show up. So imagine how many more people in the city agree with their standpoint. And as far as our letter goes, our letter is also representative. We didn't want to send you 200 individual letters because we know that you have to read all of them. So we sent you one, but I ask that you please remember it represents over 400 of your constituents who do not want cars on State Street and any part of State Street that's currently closed. And that letter is full of information. I don't have time to repeat, but it talks about Boulder, it talks about safety. I do want to address some comments I heard council members ask about bikes. I think saying bikes are too dangerous, let's bring back cars. It's obviously a logical fallacy because cars kill people far more often than bikes do, even at the same speeds. And State Street was a hot spot in the Vision Zero plan due to the pedestrian and cyclist deaths. Also, something I talked about at my presentation that most council members weren't able to make it to was about self-regulating infrastructure. So the question, how can we slow down bikes? Do we need police out there? The answer is no. You can create infrastructure that results in the behaviors that you want. We do this with cars. That's what speed bumps are for, right? You don't have someone standing asking people to slow down. The speed bump naturally does. A great example would be cobblestones, right? So can these kids going 20 miles an hour, will they be able to do that if the ground is bumpy? Would they be able to do that if State Street was full of tables and chairs? The answer is no. So you can create infrastructure that actually results in the behaviors you want. And the last thing I'll say is about sources of funding. I know this might sound a little silly, but I've actually talked to multiple people around town, including at Friends of State Street, who've talked about private sources of money, people who want to have their name maybe somewhere and provide funds to
You need to wrap up, please.
Consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Robert Nielsen. Robert Nielsen, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Robert Nielsen. We've heard some wonderful comments today that I will try not to be too redundant with in support of option A, the flat and flexible plan. I think I'd like to share with you guys my own personal anecdote and how I get to and from State Street and interact with it. Me and my family, my siblings, my in-laws, my brother-in-laws, all live kind of in the 600 to 700 block of Mitchell-Torrena, we often walk to State Street as our source of recreation, dining, entertainment. And that experience has been pleasant since the State Street has shut down to cars. We have found ourselves, though, that since the blocks north of the Granada have opened back up to cars, that we now zigzag and try to go through La Arcada as a beautiful paseo and then pop out right in front of Satellite, where you can find a lot of energy and enthusiasm, which is a beautiful thing to enter State Street too. And so opening the cars back up to traffic, or opening the street back up to traffic, has been a negative for us. We now avoid those blocks, and as season ticket holders for the Granada experience actually has been worse as well. It has been too congested getting in and out on the sidewalk in front of the Granada. It was better before it was open to cars. And if we open up the State Street to cars in the Arts District, it's going to push the experience farther away from us, out of walking distance as we view it. And so all the comments that talk about limiting the closed street to the 500 to 800 blocks means that me and my family are no longer going to visit that. So shutting down State Street to pedestrians on the upper blocks will mean that we won't go as far to the 500 to 800 blocks. So I'd encourage to keep it open all the way through the 1300 block.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker is Guthrie Leonard. Guthrie Leonard, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just want to kind of bring it back to the beginning of our very first commenter about the plan being flat, flexible, and fun. We've heard so many good things today about all the reasons we should keep cars off of State, and I do believe that we should keep cars off of State, but I want you to remember the people enjoying their time in the outdoor dining, enjoying their time dancing in the middle of the street. You can do that. There's nowhere else like State Street, and putting cars back on it would make it like the rest of Santa Barbara, and I don't believe that it is. So I'd like you to, look back at the people having fun. Look back at all the people you've heard from today who are clearly in favor of no cars on State. I'd like you to remember the other commitments you have, like the climate action plan, but also just the commitment you have to your constituents, right? They're making it clear today that this is what they want. And I think that is a good and beautiful thing, and you should respond accordingly. I want to thank you for all the time that you've donated to this project today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that it for speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that's all those speakers who raised their hand.
All right, very good.
comment.
Thank you. Then we'll go back to council for comments. Oh, come on now. I know you got them. There. Ms. Snedden.
Okay, you're going to be sorry because I have a lot of sticky notes, so I'll go first then. Okay. I'm so excited. Ms. McAdoo, we've been waiting for you. Thank you. You opened the gate for all of the ideas and creativity that has been wanting to flow through that gate for years, and you opened it up. And you let the think tank think, and you let people come forward and share ideas, and you brought it to council so we can move things forward. I am so grateful for your leadership. Sarah Clark, you've been with us through thick, through thin, through thick, then thin again, and back again, and you've stuck with us. And this short-term, short-range plan that you've laid out for us is brilliant. It's what we've been asking for, and probably what you've had all along that we're not quite able to display for us. So I'm very thankful you stuck with us. I'm very thankful that this has timelines on it. It really reflects all the things we've been talking about and more. So very, very grateful. Tess Harris, Timmy Bolton, Elias Isaacson, the SACC. Thank you for getting us to where we are. Very clear principles. I love that they're laid out here. Very clear priorities, those bullet points of priorities that are in the staff report. It's every single one that we've been talking about. So very grateful for that. Friends of State, thank you for your continued sustained support. And then Anthony Grumbine and your team, your whole team. You and I know that this master plan was being called for from before COVID. This is not just a response to COVID. We were in a bit of a shambles before COVID and needed direction, needed a vision, needed the poetry to bring it forward. And you were visionary in that, in really convincing council members at that time, meeting with us all individually and just like, hey, do you know there's even such a thing as a master plan, that we could vision what we want for this downtown, and taking us on tours of paseos and things we just didn't even know were right here in our city that were not being celebrated and opened up. So you and your team and really what you brought forward today, and I know we've all, maybe I'll speak for myself, was very impatient, just kept wanting to see something, and there were so many little pieces that had to be put in place. And then I just want to acknowledge that this incorporates everything. So there will be people who will say, Cass Ensberg plan, Fred Sweeney plan, Anthony Grumbine plan, or this current plan. What you've done here is synthesized all of those. There are elements of the Cass Ensberg plan, of the Fred Sweeney plan. I know you're all architects who talk together all the time and work together and share a love for this city and community. I want to particularly thank you because you called it out that the plans we were seeing lacked poetry, and knew that by the time it got to HLC that would be a big criticism, that it lacked the poetry. And you brought the poetry, you and your team, and thank you. We can see it now. Things that we've seen written about and different pieces, we can see it. So the first line of the staff report, and I want to read it. It's Create State is an effort to develop a master plan for downtown that benefits residents, visitors, local economy through creation of public space designed for people rather than vehicles. That has been a guiding principle of the SSAC, and we did not come to this by ourselves in a vacuum. This was over 5,000 survey responses, over 1,500 people coming to over 60 community meetings, businesses, realtors, artists. The priorities of the SSAC, I'm going to keep stumbling on that, was not 14 people just out of the blue coming up with ideas. They were charged with really synthesizing all of this input, and it just over and over again comes back that 80% of the public wants it to be a promenade, either with bikes or pedestrians all together, but it's very clear that the majority is not calling and clamoring for cars to come back. And I would even say that when it did come to SSAC for a straw poll vote, SSAC didn't ask to be polled on whether or not we wanted cars back. That was presented to us, and then it was a little bit confusing, the wording of it. There was like a yes if or no if, and then even then it was split 7-7. But I wouldn't take that as reason to undo this 5,000 survey respondents and all the other input that led us to that point. It was a straw poll, and it was a little confusing. I think if you asked any of the SSAC members at the time, we weren't all exactly sure what we were exactly voting there. So I wouldn't take that split vote to mean very much in that, other than the overwhelming support. And then again, it plays out over and over again when we have public comment. It's over 80% supports keeping it closed to cars. When the emails start coming in, it's well over 80% are in support of keeping it closed to cars. There's always the consistent vocal 15 to 20% who want it back the way it was, but doing that would be going against the over 80% who consistently phone in. So I just want to, or comment. So I want to just, on the specific items on here, just first the large master plan ideas, the Grand Paseo, again. I love the concept of this, and in the staff report and how it's been described, highly programmed, community-focused, pedestrian core, and then supported by the flanking entertainment and arts districts. There's nothing in there that says that those flanking districts need to have cars. So I'm, again, not really sure where the idea that we need cars there comes from, and I will just say I don't want the cars back. So I don't need to repeat it for each one of the blocks. I support Plan A on all of these. So starting with that, the Grand Paseo, the additional design feedback, and these are a few things that were emphasized at the SSAC, and it's in the staff report too, that I think are really important to bring back with particular emphasis. We really need to involve the local Chumash in design, and I realize we're doing the big picture, but let's just keep coming back to that. There are so many ways that the Chumash can be invited in and be part of it all throughout the process, not just tile and design, but wayfinding or different historical elements, or really however the Chumash want to define it for themselves, what their involvement is, but just overarching. Additional public restrooms. This is something that comes up over and over, and just in case we don't have another SSAC meeting, I just want to bring these forward, and they're in the staff report as well. Study on housing development downtown, and I think that's obviously going to be part of everything. And I don't want to lose sight of that the committee sort of adopted the ecological framework as another one of the guiding principles. And if you take that seriously, which I think many of us did take that seriously, then bringing cars back doesn't really fit in with that ecological framework. And I can keep coming back to that too, that it doesn't make sustainability sense, ecological sense to do that. So I'll go back to block by block, since that's what's in our reports here to look at. So first on the long term. So for the 400 block, yes, I like the direction that's heading. 500 to 600 block, car-free, flat, flexible, small transit, raised intersections. These are all great. The comment that the tree canopy there is a real compliment to the area and creates a cooling effect. I noticed this myself biking there the other day on a particularly hot day in the summer, that block is just an oasis. And so starting to think about that for the further blocks up, it's just so much more pleasant, really just because of the trees there. There are other things going on there too, but the trees make a big difference. On the 700 to 800 block, I like the continued car-free, flat, flexible. I think we could do the walk your wheels at specified times. It doesn't make sense at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., someone's commuting. But it certainly makes sense, weekends or after school time or summertime during some times, and I would trust that you would come up with what kind of schedule. We could play around with it, what kind of schedule works, but the SSAC did call for repeatedly in public comment that there be some zone during some time that's purely pedestrian. And I think the 700 to 800 block kept being named as that area. So there was a clear majority in the community, the SSAC, that was supported to be bicycle and pedestrian only, with specific pedestrian only times on that block. For the 9 to 1,000, 1,100 to 1,200, the whole arts district, I'm going to look to the one-way street traffic that we've been trying in front of Granada. We called that a pilot. I was very adamant at the time that just because the cars are coming back there, that doesn't mean, we called it a pilot, and it's a pilot. In my view, it's a pilot that showed us that wasn't the way to go. It's caused confusion. If you're walking there, you're not sure if a car is going to come or not. People don't know cars come. Very rarely cars come down there, and I think it very well could be managed as drop-off only during Granada shows. I think especially if we're having bollards that are retractable, that was one of the big issues, was that the Granada staff couldn't be held accountable to be opening and closing that, but the bollards could, and I think that what it showed me is that I really regretted it. I really regretted the loss of Sama Sama and Daisy and the vibrancy on that block. I got a lot of feedback from people saying, well, if you were going to bring back cars to a block, why'd you do that block? You just killed it. And I agreed. And so I really don't want to do that to the arts district. I was there last night, walking last night, and things that I saw and things I've experienced myself is, there was chalk drawing in the street. People were, kids drawing was left over there. There was music playing. There were people out dining. It didn't see that cars there. I mean, you would lose some of those outdoor dining spots to bring the cars back, and I just don't see that the trade-off is worth it. So I would like to not bring cars back as a pilot. We know what that pilot looks like. And then we entertained it in front of the Granada, so we know even better what it looks like. I just don't think we need it. So on the SSAC meeting, I think it would be so nice for the SSAC to get one last meeting. I know there's been all types of focus groups and written documentation about housing, about mobility, about economic vitality, and the committee as a whole, myself included, has not had the benefit of getting to read that as a full document and getting to see it with all the beautiful images as a cohesive set. And I think the SSAC sort of deserves that moment of being able to see it all together and launch it off, not to change it from what's presented, but just the chance to have it presented to them, I think would be a really nice way to close that out. So then, and I'm sorry this is long, but there's a lot of information here. So the short-term action items, so I would say for 2A, I would say no, not reopen 1,000 to 1,300 to traffic. I don't believe it, it says in the staff report it's consistent with the master plan vision. I don't believe it is consistent. I think that vote was split at best, and I think if you look at the first line of the staff report, with the mission being very clearly pedestrian-centered, I don't actually think it is consistent. So 2A, I would say no. The 3A, yes, absolutely, we need to address the bike safety. 3B, yes, phase out the water barrels and K-rails. I firmly believe and always have that there's another way that these can be both aesthetically pleasing and safe. I think we can get there. Other cities do. Carpinteria does it, and San Luis Obispo does it. I think we can make those more beautiful, which is on this plan. 4B, I would say if we take away non-tree landscaping, let's add trees to counteract what we're taking out. I sort of don't like the idea of just clearing non-tree landscaping and then just leaving it. So I think, we could have potted bushes or some potted trees or something to replace so that we're not losing the greenery and we're counteracting the heating. For 4C, Pedlets, love the creativity of this, love the thinking of this, love that it came to us and we didn't bring it to you. It's, let's do it. Let's try it. This is the kind of thing that we can do, and really appreciate that it came to us. 5A through D, yes, I completely support the standardizing of the appearance of the outdoor dining. What do you call that? Not the materials, the chairs and tables and hardware, and also the ease and the consistency that this will bring to businesses, but it also allows for the creativity. If someone wants to try something different and go through HLC, great, and that will give us variety. So love the 5A through D. 6A through D, yes, let's try park-like spaces and play spaces and other amenities. I really feel like I could cry for how wonderful this is that these ideas are coming to us, and let's try them. Let's pilot. We have this flexibility. For 7A through F, for mobility, yes, yes, yes. I love all these ideas, pedicabs, golf carts with ambassadors, other options. We absolutely need to be able to have accessibility for all mobility. But I just, not but, and I just can't wait until I can ride in a golf cart down State Street or a little trolley, something. 8A through C, the economic development. I love these ideas, and yes, economic development is a core pillar of all of these ideas. Sustainability, again, yes, if it's all in line with the ecological framework, and that's the direction I think we want to go. 10A through C with the cleanliness and maintenance. I mean, again, yes, this is something we've just for years have been hoping for, and I'm really hopeful it's going to happen. It's going to be clean and inviting. And then 11A through C, the activations. I love the idea of the pre-approved parameters, public art installations, and also the hint of that I think it's possible that those smaller parades could come back. And I realize that'd be more of a discussion, and solstice or the holiday parades. I think if we had that already sort of delineated, we could get there. So, I mean, this is a lot, but it's been a long time since we've had a real list of something that we could support and look at. So, let's see, one more thing is the sort of perception of uncertainty that we keep throwing out there every time we act like this is a decision if we're doing this or not doing this. We decided and voted a while ago that we were doing this, at least until 2026, and we're a ways from 2026. And every time we act like, is this a promenade or not? Or are we doing this or not? Businesses are sitting there with parklets ready to go, and they're saying, I don't want to do it because I don't know if you're going to pull it out or not. And the issue with that is that we still don't know fully what it can be. We don't know. And I don't want to put cars back on by saying, well, let's do that when we haven't tried the pedlets and we haven't really tried the golf carts or any other mobility. We've never actually tried it. So how can we move on to the next pilot thing of one-lane traffic? It's not fair to write something off that hasn't been fully allowed to blossom. So rather than have this over and over and over and really jerking the public around every time, like, oh no, what? I heard you're taking this away. What's happening? And then we get over 100 emails, and again, 80% or more in favor of keeping the cars off State Street. It's how many times do we have to confirm this and put everybody through that? So I think another way to think about this is not competing interests, but compounding interests. It's all for the community. It's all for the public. It's all for safety. It's all for all of us. These aren't people pulling against each other. I think this is the first time we can really see how these can all work together for something better than it was. So pedestrian-centric, flat and flexible. I love the tile patterns, all of the paseos, and I really just think this is it. And I'm really, really excited, and thank you for bringing this to us.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, so much of what Councilmember Sneddon said, I completely agree with. So frankly, I'm just going to associate myself, I think, with all of her comments. So hopefully I'll be able to truncate mine a bit. To the extent I don't comment on something, I agreed with her. So we can just use that. I do want to start by, as Councilmember Sneddon did, just expressing my appreciation for all the work that's been done, an extremely well-done presentation today. Mr. Grumbine, you and your team have just done absolute yeoman's work bringing this together. It was beautifully done, and there's not much more to say than that. So thank you. I'm so grateful for your expertise and your leadership. It took a lot of leadership to bring all of these cats together in this way, and so truly thank you, and thank you for the time, Mr. Grumbine in particular, that you've taken with me to walk through your process, not just SSAC, but in the past as well. We're seeing the culmination of all of that here today, so you have my gratitude. To our city staff, of course, Ms. McAdoo, Director Isaacson, Ms. Clark, you guys similarly. I mean, this has been a long process, and your ability to bring it together, to bring these various different threads of this long, multi-year conversation today is a credit to your expertise and your leadership. And I really think that today's presentation and this ensuing discussion, I hope, are going to not only get us all on the same page, which has been something that has felt lacking, but also allow us to move forward. And so that's, for me, very exciting. This has been a really long, challenging, and at times bumpy process. You know, there's been a lot of lessons learned, a lot of hard work over numerous years, including in particular from the SSAC. I want to take this opportunity to thank some in the audience, all I'm sure who are watching, the members of that committee and our fearless leader, the brilliant Dave Davis. And that was incredible work that was done, and it was really not easy. Ultimately, I think where we've arrived today is it's really a celebration. It's a celebration of the beauty and the history and, importantly, the potential of our downtown. It's a place for locals that's truly created by locals. And I think you can feel that in where we're going in the presentation and even in the way it was delivered today. So it's very exciting. Just to jump in a couple of things, the Grand Paseo framework I've articulated a number of times in the SSAC meetings. I will do here as well. I like it. I'm all in. I think it's great. My strong preference is to continue the flat, flexible, and fun design all the way through the 1200 block. I think the video that was shown by one of our public commenters of folks dancing with the saxophone, I mean, that's the energy that we want to continue. I understand there may be compromises that need to be made, and I think speaking with one voice up here is really important. But that's my preference, and I guess that's what you're asking for, so I'm putting it out there. I will say, and I understand two-way traffic on the 400 and 1300 block is necessary for public safety. I wanted to call out specifically that the balance of two-way traffic sort of bookending this whole Paseo to me is really nice. I think that's elegant and it works for me. The realist in me is still struggling a little bit to imagine how this beautiful, creative, exciting long-term plan will or can be achieved given its price tag. The costs are going to be monumental. The work to find the funding, whether we do an infrastructure district or it's through philanthropy or some other way, it's going to be as big of a lift as any that we've undertaken in our city's modern history. So there's a lot of this story that's left to be written. I mean, there just is. And so I want to sort of temper my excitement with that realism as well. But as to the immediate next steps, you know, one of the most important parts of today for me is aligning long-term vision with short-term action. I wrote that down when Ms. McAdoo said it at the beginning because I love it. And that's exactly what I feel has been missing in this process and what I feel has been accomplished here today. I really share that fundamental purpose, and I'm so gratified to see that being reflected back to us in such a tangible way. And so many of these short-term ideas are really, truly excellent, and I wanted to specifically call out how it appeared to me that a number of these pilots are clearly about informing our long-term vision. The sustainability measures, I loved that. You know, how a lot of what we learn from the different garden implements are going to inform our stormwater runoff plans. I mean, that's exactly what we need, and if we're ever to have this plan become a reality, it's those kinds of learnings that are going to most effectively inform how we move forward. A few more specific notes. Item 2A on the roadway configuration, I agree with Councilmember Sneddon. I'd like to scratch this one. On item 5C, I again wanted to make the point and I guess go on record that I'd like to revise this language moving forward. I do support the intention behind this, which is to transition from ODFs to sidewalk dining where applicable. I just want to be very clear that when I vote to support this today, I'm not voting to eliminate ODFs, full stop, regardless of what else may come. So I just had to be clear with that. I did want to also discuss bikes on the Paseo because that's been an area of continued conversation. I'm interested in this concept around temporal regulations of bike use. I think that that makes good sense and could be really effective to find the right balance and compromise for everyone in our community. I would like to see opportunities for us to prioritize pedestrian safety, comfort, ease of use without undermining our bike infrastructure. So if we could surface that sooner than later, I'd like to see that. I appreciate that we have some temporal guidelines already in place. If we could implement more meaningful guidelines or guidelines that are more reflective of what we anticipate permanently, at least on the 700 to 800 block core, on a faster time horizon, I'd really like that to come back for consideration sooner than later, if possible. I continue to have concerns about e-bike speed. If that can be prioritized, continue to be prioritized. I love that we have this safety working group, but it's really, I understand some folks say it's not actually a problem. Anecdotally, it's a problem. So it's one we've at least got to understand better and figure out how to address. Some folks have talked about different surfaces and utilizing those surface treatments. I'd love to learn more about that. That may be a permanent rather than interim solution, but I don't know much about it, and it's continually brought up to me as a potential solution. So if we could have that working group look at that particular solution and perhaps report back, that would be great. And I think that's it. Just thank you. This is exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these interim measures are implemented, and my gratitude.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to both of my colleagues. Extensive comments, and believe it or not, some of those who might be misinformed that I want to open the whole street to back up to cars, which I don't, and that's never been my intent. I'm actually in agreement with most of what was said tonight, and I'll get through it. First, I want to thank our staff for the multiple years of work on this. There's been ups and downs, left and rights. The ship almost capsized a couple times, but you made it through. Also would like to thank the State Street Advisory Committee as well. You signed up for something that ended up being twice as long as we had hoped, and you all have very busy lives, and you stuck through it. And there was frustrations, like with everybody, there was exhaustion, but you really stuck through, and you've come to a great point that will benefit us into the future. And I'd especially like to thank Mr. Grumbine and your team. I see Mr. Grumbine, and I see 1, 2, 3 more additional Notre Dame architect grads, and I'm a Notre Dame grad, so there must be something about the Notre Dame School of Architecture that's magical there. So I decided to plug it in, go Irish. So I'm gonna.
We're taking signups after this meeting.
There might be another Friedman. Hopefully go there, but we'll see in 6 months or so. I'm gonna take a little diversion, and just please bear with me on this. It has to do with just kind of resetting, because we're so divided as a community on this. It's been divided, and so one of my favorite, and I'll make you two deals. One is this may or may not make sense tonight's discussion. But I hope it will, at least if you understand my thinking is. And if not, you'll at least learn a quick, fascinating fact about American history that you never knew. And it has to do with how our nation, Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., wound up where it is, on the Potomac next to the state of Virginia. And I promise this will make sense in tonight's discussion. So in 1790, I'll make this real quick. In 1790, Kelly's never seen me do this before, but.
That's okay. I was about to start singing, so it's okay. Because there's a song from a musical that may talk about this.
So in 1790, there was 2 issues that were dividing the Congress and our country. The first is, where do we put our nation's capital? And every time it was chosen, New York, Philadelphia, wherever, as soon as one side got the upper hand, the other side would come in and they would try to stonewall it. Sound familiar? And then the other one was that Alexander Hamilton wanted the federal government to assume the debt of all the states so that we could have access to money markets throughout the world, so that you could get an economy going, which we've been the beneficiaries of ever since. But nobody could ever come to an agreement. So in June of 1790, Thomas Jefferson hosted a dinner, and it's probably the most consequential dinner in the history of our country, and he invited Hamilton and Madison, and he said, how are we going to get through this logjam, and how is everybody going to move forward? And the premise was that there might not be a right decision or a wrong decision, but a decision had to be made. And once the decision is made, everybody needs to get on board and figure it out. And so out of that, what happened was that the Congress decided that they would go forward, and it barely passed, but they went forward with assuming the debts of the states in the federal government. And then at the same time, they chose Washington, D.C. as our nation's capital. And a week prior to this, as he was trying to figure out how to get rid of both these logjams, he wrote a letter to George Mason. And it said, this is the part that really got me thinking here. And by the way, I got this book called Founding Brothers from the Planned Parenthood book sale, which is going on right now. It's my favorite event of the year. I get all my books there, and go check it out.
Should we take a break again? Or
So I'm sorry, but I just had to make this point. So this is the quote. It says, this is Tom Jefferson said, in general, I think it is necessary to give as well as take in a government like ours. And that really stuck with me because they're dealing with such these big issues and they're consequential. In our city, State Street is just as consequential to us here locally. And we all have an obligation, not just the 7 of us up here, but we all have an obligation to give and to take and to make sure that everyone feels valued. Because coming back to State Street, what happens is if one side that has a large majority comes in and says, it's our way, and if you guys don't agree with it, we don't want you downtown. That is what the other side is hearing. And a downtown without everybody feeling included is not a downtown any of us want. We want everyone to feel included. Especially for me, those who have lived here for 50, 60, 70, 80 years that can remember it a certain way. And interestingly enough, what I have found is I've talked to many of them. I've spoken at a couple of luncheons in front of a crowd that was almost, I guess for tonight's purposes, you could call it the bring the cars back crowd. And I get up and I tell them, I said, I'm not supportive of opening the whole thing back up to cars. I think it sends us backwards away from the master plan. But I said, what I am supportive of is, one is, this is true, having the parades back on State Street, like the holiday parade, 4th of July, and increasing the accessibility through a trolley. And when they hear that, they actually, most of them say, you know what, after hearing what you had to say, and I go into more detail on it, they're more open to that. And they're open to it for a number of reasons. But the parades are very important because what they are is a way for us to do the placemaking in the community that we want to bring together. But it ties in to the history of our city. And you can always go down to the video we saw tonight and dance around on any night like that. But there's something magical about when you go down to the holiday parade and your kids are little, and you have them on your shoulders like I did with mine, and they're bigger than me now, that you do that year after year. And you could say, I remember going with our parents back in the 80s, and then 20, 30 years from now, you have that. The parades bring everybody together for no other reason than just to come together. And that is, it's not about cars, and we've been stuck on that for so long. And so to bring people back together is the real point about it. And that's why Jefferson's quote, why I brought it up, sorry I had to take a little detour there, about the give and the take. And that's always been my philosophy. I think most of you have gotten to know me through that. So with that in mind, there is an opportunity here to really bring some of the people that might not be supportive of it if we go with the staff recommendation. So I am supportive of pretty much everything else that was out there, but I wanted to talk specifically about the arts district, the 1,000 to the 1,300. Last year I brought a proposal that was somewhat similar, not in any more detailed like this at all, but it was in an attempt because we hadn't had an actual vote at the time on the council, and it was an attempt at the time to say, hey, let's vote on it and let's move on and everyone can get behind it. I'll admit, it was worth it at the time, but it didn't have the desired result of bringing the community together. But where that has now led is, for me, the basis of that, it had a lot to do with Boulder. And I know there are some that are saying now that we shouldn't be looking at Boulder, but that's a mistake not to look at Boulder. And it's not the actual physical characteristics of Pearl Street. It's how they became arguably the most successful outdoor experience, car-free experience in the nation over 50 years ago when most of them fail. And I talked to their community vitality director, and he walked me through the whole history. And I went through this last year, but just a highlight is, one, they took 10 years and you had to build a plan, and they did it for 10 years. And then when the plan was set, they funded the plan. They found a way to fund it. They came up with all kinds of funding, creative, and then they built it. And then once they built it, then they were able to implement it. And the reason they chose it at 4 blocks was because it was manageable from a government resources standpoint, which will get into my comments on the arts district, on the government resources side of it. During COVID, they expanded it, West Pearl Street, for another 2 blocks, for the same reasons we did. And it was successful during COVID, but long story short, after COVID came out, those 2 blocks were very problematic for the businesses that were on there and for other reasons. And when I talked to the vitality director of Boulder, one of the issues that came up was by closing those blocks without doing a circulation plan, without doing public safety, without doing an access for all the other businesses that relied on those 2 blocks to get the services they need to fill up their stores with the delivery trucks, it created a lot of unintended consequences for all the businesses and all the people trying to navigate it. And you told me every block of Boulder was carefully planned and built and constructed. And it's not to say it couldn't change, but if you want to make the change, you have to do that. We have done the exact opposite. We closed the street to cars without a plan and without the funding and without the community buy-in. We don't have all the property owner buy-in too, which is also essential. So that leads me to, I think, which will be the big discussion of the night, is the arts district. I can understand, and there's a strong case to be made to do what my colleagues are suggesting, which is to keep it. But I feel there's an even stronger case to go with the staff recommendation. Based a lot on the public safety impacts, it is extremely difficult for the police to be able to show that presence, very difficult to address the e-bike issues. Our fire department has issues with the circulation. And it's important to remember there's a short-term and a long-term plan. And if the long-term plan ends up going in a direction where it might be a smaller one, it will be much more difficult if we have to make a change down the line when everyone's vested in there to pull those out. And why would we need to do that? Well, with Paseo Nuevo coming online, the whole downtown is predicated on housing that is years away. If, and it's a big if we could get the number of units that we need at Paseo Nuevo and some of the other adaptive reuse with the housing, we are going to have housing like we've never had in the city before, in terms of density, in terms of height, in terms of access needs for not only the police but the people who live there, but all the businesses. And we have no idea, because we haven't studied it, what that circulation element would be. And if we close off, if we say right now the future of the city is that whole area is closed to cars, and then we get down the line and we start doing those studies, and we find out that, hey, because of the influx of thousands of people coming downtown to live there, it could change things. It is much easier to start where the staff is in the 4 to 5 blocks and expand it based on actual data and studies where we know what is coming with all this housing than to go the other way. Imagine you were a business that thought, hey, I'm investing here, I'm investing in that 11 or 1200 block, and all of a sudden it doesn't work out because of a lot of reasons that weren't there. And so that's where I'm at on it, and that's the reasoning for it. I can definitely understand in terms of sustainability and circulation for pedestrians why you'd need it, but the public safety and the unknowns of what the actual type of housing means is something I think we need to plan and do it very carefully. The last thing I'll kind of go through is on bikes. I do think it's problematic to not have bikes be able to access the entirety of State Street. There is a pedestrian bike conflict right now. We need to resolve it because there is no safer street. And even before COVID, the safest street right now would be State Street, but even before that part of State Street, I biked all the time. That's where I would choose to bike, and I felt safe. because the cars were going so slow on State Street. There is no alternative. You can't, as a bicyclist, I will never ride on Chapala. I'll never ride on Santa Barbara. I'll never ride on Anacapa. At the best, I have to go out because this is not safe. And if the best, I'd have to go over to Garden Street. But having State Street to be able to get down to the beach for bikes is a priority. I like the idea of potentially, there might be times where it is walk, like special events or whatnot, but to the extent that we could maximize having full access down the whole thing to the beach for bikes is important to me. Sorry I went on and on, but good job, Notre Dame team.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You okay? All right. I'd like to also thank staff. It's been a long, exhaustive process, really exhaustive. I came in tonight, I told a couple of people, I came in feeling a little resigned to what I thought was gonna happen or what might happen. And I'll tell you, so I've had a couple epiphany moments, and the first one was the best slide I've ever seen in a presentation from Anthony Grumbine, and that was the downtown core area now with, unfortunately, a future explanation later on what negative space was. And then the slide that immediately followed after that with all of that filled in addition to the west side of State Street in front of Balboa Building and future Paseo Nuevo. Those were transformative visions of a downtown core. And if you didn't sit up and say, oh my God, and your heart didn't stop for a second and you gasped at it, I just think you're dead to a process like this. I mean, it was a real epiphany moment to see that played out that way as to what could happen. It's called planning because it is planning. It's not called what happens today. And I think we're at a point where it's our once every 100 years planning opportunity, and that's what we're looking at. Anyhow, came in, resigned. Somebody told me the death loop of paralysis, how to stay out of that and not end up with that tomorrow morning. And I also know enough about my poor relationships with the other gender to know never go in front of a woman who has 35 yellow stickies in front of her on the table. So between Councilmember Sneddon and Councilmember Harmon, just in 14 years sitting up here, I thought for a subject matter narrative, one of the two best narratives I've ever heard, point by point in your case, and big picture in your case. I'll get you some yellow stickies. So, I think I'm in agreement with both of you in terms of the points, and in particular, it seems like the point of contention will be that 2A on whether or not to stay the course or not. But I'm conceptually on board. By all data measurements, both anecdotal, not anecdotal, normal people, business people, when you put a room full of business people in the same room together, we are on the right track. I don't know how long the track will be, but we're on the right track. I like the flat and flexible with a commitment to the entire length. I think the continuing argument on cars need to come back for fill in the blank is just an easy cop-out, and if there is a fill in the blank for what reason they need to come back, we need to address those concerns and not put that into this black or white argument of cars. Long time ago, before Planning Commission days, I used to watch Planning Commission, and there was a lady named Stella Larson on that. A couple of you will know her. And she used to get involved in a land use decision that was contentious and and sit here and say, well, this doesn't smell right, or it doesn't look right. And I used to yell at the television that, what does it have to do with smell, and what does it have to do with look or feel? You know, there's manuals on the shelf in an office somewhere. That's what you apply. And sure enough, by the time I left the Planning Commission 10 years later, I was much more like that than not, and learned that it's all about people, and it's not about projects. It's all about people. It's not necessarily about applying standard, finite, written things to that. It is how something feels and smells and looks, and how that relates to the human dynamics of the people around you and with you. And I think that's exactly what we're doing here, and successfully. That's the direction we're going. So I would thank you, Mr. Friedman, for your story, long story, but I don't think we're divided as a community, not by the data that we've been looking at. And I do agree it's not about cars, but I also think that other than the cars, we are bringing alternatives back to bring those people back downtown. So a couple of those that for me are immediates as part of this tonight are the bikes had to get resolved right now. I don't even want to, in general, I hate that column with the months, okay? I just hate it. City administrators heard this already, like I think so has the community development directly. They're too long, okay? They're torturous. They in fact continue the doom loop of we haven't done it yet. But to me, one of the absolutes that had to be resolved right now, I don't know what the resolution is. I've heard ideas here tonight, but the conflict between bikes and people need to be resolved right now. And then the other one that goes with that is mobility help for those who need mobility help. And I'm going to hearken back to the life preserver that Councilmember Friedman tossed me, and that was those group of people who make it about the cars, but it's not necessarily about the cars. It's that the bikes are whizzing by me at 30 miles, and whoever said 20 in one of their comments tonight, it's 30 now, and that and either that I'm just scared to wander anywhere downtown, and the other part is that I can't walk 6 blocks or 10 blocks, but I'd like to experience downtown. So how do I help with the mobility? That's kind of my line in the sand. I need to see these accomplished right now, that if I look up again in 1 month, 6 months, 12 months, and we're still working on that, I think this is a failure. And then I have 2 asks of council tonight and staff. And one is that I think both Councilmember Harmon and Councilmember Friedman asked questions about the ending of the State Street Advisory Committee, the interpretation of language on a certain thing, and what does that mean, and it appears different somewhere else. Is I would make a suggestion that the 3 serving council members on the State Street Advisory Committee continue in some role with staff. I will let the smart people argue about what the title of that is, whether it's a task force, ad hoc, or whatever type of committee. But what I'm envisioning is a non-Brown Act, non-meeting type of relationship, just a participation for those 3 council members to provide some continuity between the exhaustive 2 years of sitting on the State Street Advisory Committee and maintaining touch with staff as we go through these steps. Then my other suggestion is something a little more organic, and that is I did this a long time ago when I first got out of college as a recreation major when I was working in Japan, and that's that I wander around downtown and I see not to say this negatively, I see something different than Randy sees. I see something different than Sarah sees. I see something different than Josh sees. And many times there's something just in staff's role, in their position, or even our role as council members, we're not looking for the right thing. And so just as an example, I will give you that I did my every 2 mandatory weeks through 2 trips of downtown up and down a week ago Saturday. Came back with a bunch of pictures for the city administrator that included weeds growing up at the sidewalk on Stork Placida at State Street, dilapidated newspaper receptacles, 3 weeks worth of graffiti on the old Verizon store, cars parked in the red zone on both sides of 400 block of State Street. I had some other stuff on there too. I had a whole list. But I would suggest we look for something to where we pick a recurring schedule of not necessarily department managers, because I think it's not a department manager that has the right lens, and it's not a maintenance worker that has the right lens, but somewhere in the middle. Sarah, I'll pick on you. I'll pick on Ed France, mid-level management, that type of thing, where we set up a team that has to, on a Friday or Saturday evening, commit to 2 hours to walking State Street a couple times and developing a template for things you would look at. Oh, street lights were out in Stork Placida, string lights were out in the 400 block. And we just do that on a recurring basis to get out in front of people just being busy and doing their job and just missing the things every day. Trash cans overflowing. I'm remembering my whole list right now. You know, trash cans on a 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night on a Friday or Saturday. I know we have challenges with that because it's a high impact area, or vendors have gone home for the day. I would personally volunteer to be part of that team. I will find some other people to volunteer, but I think I think it lends to part of the perception of State Street as a mess, because somebody says, well, there's no cars and I just don't like that, but then I go see a full trash can and it's full, and it just gives more gas on the fire, so to speak. And I can talk more about that sometime with staff, and maybe when we continue that role, if that's something council wants to see. But I think that will go a long way too to addressing the immediate of what's going on the street right now operationally, particularly at a time which is not a time when we necessarily have people working that would be in that role, but is at a time when it's a high impact, high use time, which is generally when people find those problems. I have a zillion other notes, but I saw the 35 stickies, and I'm pretty happy with those. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank city staff for your commitment to this community, for your long hours, for trying to figure out the direction that council gives you. You guys have a big task trying to figure out what we're saying up here. I want to give a big thanks to Tessa. Welcome back. And I've been so impressed on how you set the bar for everybody when it comes to community outreach. When this project started, I made myself a commitment to be on the State Street Committee when it started. Due to my health issues, I had to step down. But to see how you went out there and really reached a community that, if you look around, is not represented. So I really want to commend you, and I normally don't, point out city stuff like that, but it means so much to a lot of folks that are not here. When people saw you in the community, they were so excited. So thank you. I'm probably going to be the oddball in the room, and I think it's because of the district that I represent. So when we talk about this is for all of the people, and we are in the right track. Well, I think now we are, because now in the presentation we hear the words collaboration. Now we have city staff talking to all of the directors in the different departments that are involved. Now we're thinking about long-term and housing. I'm not going to. I agree with some of the things my colleague said, but it does make me sad to see the room and not seeing the entire city being represented. And so when we talk about closing State Street, yes, we made it very clear that we wanted to close State Street, but we wanted to have a plan that's going to be sustainable for long term. And I think this is part of that long term, and this is the update of how we want to visualize State Street. But when we're talking about, closing down the street right now, where do you think all those cars are going? They're going into the neighborhoods. So there is an unintentional consequences that is happening now. When we talk about how we want to revitalize State Street, I'm so happy that staff is now really talking to the people that own these commercial businesses on downtown and trying to work as a partner to be able to streamline maybe permitting process, or how can we get those vacant spots, with a storefront. I love to hear these updates. But just like my colleague, Mr. Friedman, talked about how we can't say it's my way or the highway. The folks that maybe have cars and want cars, maybe they're not here because they have a car because they are actually maybe, have you thought of, they're working 2 jobs, or they work from one extreme to the city to the other, or they have children that have after-school curriculums in different areas in the city. And so this conversation is divided, and I want to remind everybody on the dais that we have a responsibility as leaders to keep the public safe, and we need to think about the greater good. COVID did surprise us, and we did the best we could with the resources that we had, and now we need to think long term. After hearing the fire chief, the police chief, and listening to the presentation, we're probably going to need CEQA reports. We're thinking about building housing because we have a housing crisis. We are in a budget deficit. Right now, I would actually want to propose a pilot where we open State Street from Cañón Perdido up. Because we are spending so much money downtown, and it's just on hold. We all agreed that yes, we're going to close down State Street, but we have to be prepared financially and with a long-term plan. What we have in State Street are just different opinions, and we're not really coming together at the table. And so when we talk about how the people is asked, this is what the people want. People want State Street to be closed right now. This is the people that come to council, the people that email us is not always the representation of everyone. And so for those that live in District 3, in District 1, you see an increase of cars because people are taking other routes. And in my district, believe it or not, a lot of people are still walking on the sidewalks. They're not riding bikes. And so having those high traffics and having milpas not having so much resources and money, that is that unintended consequences. Those cars are going somewhere that are not going downtown. And so I want everybody to be mindful when they say, this is what the people want. Well, look at the room now. It's not a representation of our entire city. And I would actually want to encourage staff, and I don't know if I have to put it in a motion, that when we continue having, we talked about more community meetings. I loved how the staff did community meetings to reach out and educate the public about the tax. Those meetings were such a success, especially the ones on Saturday morning in districts where normally people work during the week. It's harder for them to. So if those type of outreaching can happen, I would really appreciate it. So, Ms. Connect, how can I propose for temporary pilot program to open up, and I might not get the votes, where we keep State Street how it is, so closed from Cañón Perdido down to Haley.
Through the mayor, so Councilmember Gutierrez, so today, the action today is or what's on the agenda today is to just take feedback, to give staff feedback on the proposal and the action plan. So if, you're giving feedback to staff, if a and staff is really looking for consensus, right, or lack of consensus, and they're going to take that then and develop the plan further. So, it's really not a motion that staff is looking for. That is not what's being requested or not what's on the agenda. So, but you're giving feedback to staff.
So I think I gave my feedback very clear.
Yeah,
so-
I think when we heard it was, generally aligned with Councilmember Friedman, but
yeah.
adding an additional block. So, and right now, we're at like 3 and 2 on, if I'm counting heads on closing or opening those blocks north, I guess not north, but
And
upwards
again, I
from-
just want to emphasize, when we're doing those community outreaching, to go into the neighborhoods, and also when we're talking about how to bring more people downtown, really think about, when we think about arts and cultures and things that will bring in folks that have been living here, for more than 10 years, that have been here for 20 years, and really get an idea of what they would like to see downtown, because a lot of people that live here don't come downtown because they feel like this is just for a certain population or it's just for the tourist. And when people talk about missing riding downtown, it was because a lot of them would come and check the scene if they felt comfortable, going downtown. And yes, there was a lot more things to do downtown many, many years ago. But I really would like for staff and for the State Street Committee, if we could really go outside the downtown area and our groups that have been very active, but really maybe tap into the schools to partner and reach out to parents and see what they would like to see from State Street, or what they really love about State Street. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff. I, mainly agree with my colleagues, Sneddon and Harmon. I just, as somebody that's spent a lot of time on State Street and has personally gone and spoken to the majority of the business owners and employees of State Street, I'm currently right now in re-election mode, so I'm knocking on doors in my district, and I can tell you overwhelmingly, everyone wants it closed. They don't want one more inch to be open to cars, not one. So I'm going to warn my colleagues up here to not make these broad assumptions without having facts to back it up, because that's what's dangerous, honestly, as people in position of power. So with that being said, I think I just made it clear. I don't want to open up any more of it, because I personally have participated in State Street. I worked on State Street 20 years ago, and I can tell you, hands down, there's way more to do now than there was back then, 100%. So, I'm glad that the majority of the public that had been silent for so long, because it was taking them a long time to be able to get up here and say how they love State Street the way it is and they want it to stay that way, had shown up finally. I appreciate it. I can't tell you how many times I've had people tell me, I haven't been to State Street in 10 years. No one's going down on State Street. And then I say, if you haven't been there in 10 years, how do you know no one's going down? And they just lose it, right? They'll say, all this stuff is going on State Street. And I'm like, can you show me? Can you actually meet me on State Street and show me so I can get city staff to react to it or address it? They don't want to show up, apparently. One person just recently told me they spent privately $13,000 of their own money to run a survey to try to convince us that opening State Street is what the people want. And he told me, State Street looks like a third world country. And I said, which one? Because I've been to a lot of them. And he said, Tijuana. And I said, when was the last time you went to Tijuana? Because I was there 2 years ago. It doesn't look like State Street at all. And he said, I've never been. This man spent $13,000 just to try to get his point of view reiterated to him, as opposed to like spending that money on or donating it to the city to address the issue that he had, which was that it was dirty. And like what, like how surprising is it that a street that gets visited so much gets dirty, right? Like does that make sense to people? Like the reason it gets dirty is because it gets visited so much, right? And the cell phone data proves that. So anyway, I digress. I'm just going to throw you a bunch of stuff that I'd like to see. You know, my career in film and video production, we try to take care of our cables so that people don't step or trip over cables. And they make these things where you could rest the cables in. They're about an inch high. They protect the cables. So they're like mini little speed bumps. Is there any way we can just like throw some of those down around State Street to keep the bikers from going so fast? That's just an idea for city staff to contemplate. It doesn't actually require building infrastructure. You just throw them down, you know, super glue them, whatever. Just think about that. The other thing is if I'm 100% for our law enforcement to start enforcing more strictly on bicycles, 100%. I'm willing to take the blame. Y'all can just say, hey, this is city council, specifically Oscar Gutierrez directing us to do it. I'm willing to do it. I'm an e-biker myself, and I'm tired of it. I've defended them so much, and I'm tired of seeing them making me look bad by the way they're behaving. I want to keep riding my bike on State Street, and I want others to do that. I just want them to be respectful and courteous of everybody around them. So I'm willing to 100% back that up. Another idea I had, the 400 block. I'm not sure, so city staff, please forgive me and remind me if I've asked you to look into how it would be possible to make Haley and Gutierrez two-way streets again so that we can potentially close off 400 block and make the circulation of traffic there a little easier. Please forgive me and remind me if you've already done that. I just kind of want to know if you've all done some kind of like study on that. Also, some of the businesses on the 400 block have asked me, they have to abide by the same regulations as the rest of State Street when it comes to being conforming. But since they feel so neglected, is it possible that that one specific block we can just say, hey, since we're not really necessarily treating you as equitably as the others, you can paint the front of your storefront pink polka dotted if you wanted, like, you know, have free reign.
That's too far, sorry.
Is it? Just think it over. Just think it over. I'm trying to be equitable to them. This is them asking it. This is them asking. So let's see. The other thing I'd like to ask city staff is, so a lot of other organizations and people have gone out and asked these businesses certain questions to get a large collection of data that they could base their point of views off of. So I just want to ask city staff if they can go and ask every business that's on State Street, just ask them, do they consider themselves to be successful right now? If so, why? Is it because you're a restaurant? Is it because you're a clothing store? Like, what is it? And if they are being successful, who are they exactly targeting as their demographic? Is it between 18 to 25, 45 to 65? Like, who is it that's actually spending money on State Street? This is obviously a capitalistic society. We need to be able to generate the funding that keeps the city going. So obviously we want to do what's generating the most capital. So I want to know if we could do that, so that way we could see, well, who should we be catering to? Because it's one thing if one portion of the population, a certain demographic says, oh, I want to go down there, but it's because the street's closed. But in reality, it's because they're not 21 and they don't want to go to Sharky's or Sandbar or Forever 21 or whatever those stores that are being successful, right? Like, I'm not complaining to the city about why the playground isn't applicable to me anymore, right? I just realized I'm 40 years old. It's just be weird. So yeah, let's think about that. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Gutierrez, could I just on that point?
Yeah.
I mean, I think better than a survey is actually just looking at our sales tax performance data, and we can parse it. We have a consultant that works with us. We can actually parse it down by state street, by retail sector, and see performance over the last 5 years. And so I think it's an easy way to get at the data that you're looking at. So if there's things like that, I think we'll try to be creative in how do we bring data to you to help inform the decisions that are going forward.
All right. Well, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Eric, you have one more thing?
Yeah, I just got one more thing. Well, instead of pink polka dots, how about little leprechauns?
Green polka dots are okay.
Just on a point, like I said at the beginning, I think there's valid points on all sides, especially in that 1,000 to 1,300 block. And you all saw my points, and I'm not going to try to convince because we have the 4, but what would be helpful is for me, and I think for a lot of people who are iffy on it, would be if there could be a priority made to have the option if a community groups, or 3 of them, on parades for 2025. In particular, Solstice, if they want to go back to State Street, 4th of July, if there's a group that wants to put that together on State Street, and then the holiday parade for 2025. For the holiday parade this year, I think there's not enough time for it to be organized. But I think that would go a long way, and it's part of the give and take that I mentioned earlier. So thank you.
Alrighty then, very good. Well, it's been a long day, but so I'll try to be, oh, Kristen, do you have one more thing? You done? Because I'm going to speak last. You honest? You got more sticky notes over there. I see them. Okay. All right, very good. Well, once again, this is not an action item today. This is input, and you guys have probably gotten a whole heap and helping of input, but so far so good. And I'd like to start out with just a little bit of that in terms of direction. I'd like, whatever we do with these plans, I'd like public safety to be in the first bites of the apple this time, and not be an afterthought. We go, holy smokes, we forgot to talk to the fire marshal, or whatever it is, okay? That's really, really important, because that's something that's kind of been missed a little bit in our various iterations. We start out with a 14-foot fire lane, now we got a 20-foot fire lane, and it's got a meander to it, and all those things that don't really work for those guys, and it needs to work for those guys. So that's really, really important. The other thing I would like to, and however we do it, number one, we've got to thank the SSAC, but it is time to sunset it. They've put a ton of work in, 17 very involved citizens, and I appreciate the volunteer efforts. You staff guys are getting paid anyways, but they did a great amount of work, so that part was good. This is not our first time around the block with consultants. As a matter of fact, this is the 4th consultant effort that I've been around for. And one thing that the previous 3 had in common, they said a couple of things. Number one, they didn't like closed streets because of the track record of closed streets across the country over the decades. But they also said to a person, the CBD was too long. Our downtown retail corridor was too long. And now we're talking in terms of like trying to preserve this closed downtown retail corridor. So we also are in a position where it's a main street, where nobody else has a main street they're doing this, and I mean, it's the longest one in the country. So those are kind of things we have to balance out. I do appreciate the work in the presentation you brought forward. I really do. But as I sat there and I helped break ground on the Goleta train depot the other day, I realized that was a 25-year effort, $18 million. I was on the De La Guerra Plaza effort way before I was on council, when Mark Aguilera was a new guy in the department, and they stuck him with that one. That was Brian Barnwell was still on council. I've been on the PD, the police station committee, since way before I was on council. And the Library Plaza, the same thing. We were talking about the old Lockwood Forest ideas. My point is this. These are major lifts, major community lifts, and those were relatively contained and identifiable. This is a bigger lift. This is a major lift. And especially when we talk about flat and flexible, the cost per block is going to be enormous. So as we turn these things out and we talk about them, we have to have that in mind. This is going to take, and I think, I appreciate that Ms. McAdoo has brought up this thing. She's trying to break this log jam she walked into. And I walked into it too. This got started before I was back here up on council. And I just had lunch with Paul Casey yesterday, and we talked about when this council declared and gave him the authority to go ahead and close those blocks, while thinking, everyone was thinking that this will happen for maybe a few months, maybe at the outside, Labor Day of 2020, that's 5 summers ago. So here we are in a situation, I want to talk a little bit about what Eric brought up, and along with Alejandra as well, and that is this. It wasn't planned, it was declared. Circulation wasn't planned, it was declared. Nothing was, we all of a sudden we said, well, let's run out and get some plastic flower pots. Let's go get some Adirondack chairs to throw out in the middle of State Street. Let's do all these things. And frankly, people built parklets cheaply because they didn't know how long they were going to be out there. And nobody really knew what the rules were. There was nobody to blame or nobody point a finger at. But here we are 5 summers later in the same situation. And the problem is no matter what we think about how wonderful the cars thing is, it's not about cars. Cars are what strong towns and all those guys are talking about, cars. That's not what it's about. It's about a downtown, it's about vitality, it's about circulation, it's about business. Right now, we're sitting on a failed street. I'm sorry to say this, but it really is. CVS is going out. I just got the note today that they didn't renew their lease. We're really at risk of losing the Apple Store. Theaters downtown do half of what they do in Goleta, and they didn't used to. They used to be the same. It's not working. There's some fun things like Satellite on Thursday nights on State Street. And Robin does salsa dancing on State Street once in a while. That's always fun. But the point of the matter is the economy is not working. The biggest buildings, Balboa, La Carrera, Granada, are all saying, yeah, and these were people that were pretty supportive of the promenade at first, and now they're going, I don't know. The biggest property owners downtown are saying no. And I don't know, Mike, you and I might travel in different circles about talking to businessmen, but I don't get the feeling that we're going the right way. And Oscar, you and I both know the guy that did the survey. And it was a private survey, and he brought the idea to me and said, I'm not a big survey guy, I don't even like him. But he went out and did it anyway, and he did it with a very reputable company. And it's a different answer than maybe what you wanted to hear, but it was the answer he got. Okay, so, but it's not about surveys, it's not about popularity, it's about making this town work. It doesn't work for public safety. Public safety has to work around whatever we've done. They'll do it, that's how they roll. They'll go out and get it done. But it's not perfect. And so I'd like to see us come together in a reasonable way. I like what you gave us in terms of material. It's great to work with, but we've got to realize how long that's going to be and how hard that's going to be to execute, and we don't know where the financing is going to come from. So in the meantime, Ms. Gutierrez brought this up, and I think she's right. We should open the street, not because we need cars, but right now what we've done is we've done this because of cars. We've closed it because we don't want cars. This wasn't 1925. It was not an earthquake. There was no mandate to do this. We took advantage of it. Okay, fine. And I've heard people say, even from up on this dais, well, if we open the street back up, we may never get to close it again. Well, then that's probably the right answer. I don't know. The eventual plan may end up with some car-free areas, which should be, I'm fine. I'll support that. Once we decide on it, once there's consensus, once we've planned it, and once we've got the permits and the financing for it, I'll go after it 100%. I'll be the first one to support it. But this is not a plan. This was a declaration. We're trying to plan, but like Mr. Friedman said, we're trying to reverse engineer it. And that's the part for me that's really frustrating, because right now, the economics on State Street, yeah, they were getting soft right before COVID. I get that. And then COVID hit, and everybody went down. Coast Village Road went down. The waterfront went down. Upper State Street went down. Upper State Street, Coast Village Road, and the waterfront have all recovered nicely. The only place in town that's not recovered since COVID is the downtown. And we've lost people on the side streets. There's 2 restaurants that are wanting to move off of the 500 block right now. Those are things that we can't look by just because we don't want to have cars. I'm not in love with cars. I don't really care about cars. What I do care about is vitality, and I care about this town. I care about our architectural resources. I care about all the things we've set aside for these past 5 summers. So my direction to staff is to do what you're doing. I think that's fine, but my direction to my colleagues on council and the rest of us is, let's be real about this. Let's understand where we are and where we need to be. And if we were making motions tonight, I would move that we'd open up the street, at least until we get this done, because there's no reason, there's no logic you can show me to say, keep that street closed the way it is, other than the fact that people don't like cars. That's the only reason. Maybe there's a few businesses that think they might be better off with their parklets out there, but that's not sustainable either. It was never meant to be sustainable. That was a temporary accommodation. So here we are, and we're stuck in this thing. So, staff, excellent job, and I appreciate what you brought forward to us. Ms. McAdoo, I appreciate you trying to make something happen, because you walked into something that I thought was a logjam. Okay? But I needed, this town, we are like we are because of intentional planning. We're not here because we do things by accident. Yeah, we're a real pain in the butt. Some of these people on HLC and all that are the bigger pains in the butt, and that's why town looks like it does. So I would like us to get back to that aspect of it, and that's about all I've got to say about that. Ms. McAdoo.
But you like the master plan, right?
What's that?
But you like the master plan,
I
right?
like the ideas. It's not a plan. It's not a plan until we coalesce. That's not a plan.
Until we understand the concept.
That's a bunch of concepts. That's like the biggest Chinese menu you've ever seen. So,
Mayor, if I might, maybe if I could just do a recap of what I think I have heard this evening, and so that we can hopefully start to move forward. And I think what you said was very apropos, that we all agree that the key is to bring vitality back to downtown, and what that looks like. And I think, our commitment as the city staff team is to make some things start to happen. And so I appreciate the conversation tonight. I appreciate the team that has worked really hard to bring this forward. So I think I have heard general sort of consensus with the vision, with the exception that there's 4, which would be a majority, supporting to keep the flat and flexible design through the entire Grand Paseo, so all the way up through the 1200 block. And so I think that we'll kind of go back and start to prepare the draft master plan in that way. That will, I want to caveat, that the next step is to do the circulation analysis, to do the economic feasibility, to do those technical studies and the CEQA analysis, all of those things. And so we may have to come back and say, hey, this doesn't work. And so I want to caveat that for the council, that we're going to prepare the draft plan, and I appreciate that we got direction on how to prepare the draft plan so we can move that forward. But we may have to come back and as we see those technical studies. So just putting that out there. I heard general consensus for the action plan items, support for it, with the exception of opening up the blocks above Carrillo. And then figuring out how to bring one sort of final meeting at SSCC and then sunsetting the work of SSCC and thanking them in some way. So that, and just a lot of other, I think, comments that we'll sort of take into account. As we said, the action plan is a living document. We'll sort of come back monthly, every other month, and I think if the council is okay with, I think Councilmember Jordan's suggestion to maybe have an ad hoc committee or a task force that includes the 3 members on the, okay, so I have 1 no and then 1 more thumb up. Okay, so I think we've got 4 for continuing, that sort of interaction with the staff working group in some way to sort of look at the action plan. But we will come to the full council monthly or every other month with updates on the action plan.
Ms. McAdoo, would you also prioritize for me the public safety aspect of any plan going forward?
Correct. The plan
upfront?
review, public safety will be sort of first out the gate in terms of getting input. And I think both chiefs know, and I've made that commitment to both of them, they will be involved in every conversation as we're moving forward. Did I miss any? I think those were kind of the key pieces.
Kristen?
I think the parades by 2025 is a really
2025.
great priority.
Okay, well, we can work on that. Okay, thank you
Alrighty.
all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I will say to anybody got a council member assignment or engagement they want to talk about? I got a bunch of them I don't want to talk about them, so I'm done talking. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.